changing lives. Whether you are famous or not does not matter. The most important thing is last week you were able to impact 10 lives. This week you are doing 20 lives. That's success already. So fame is not success. You see, I always say this everywhere I find myself, that you see the house of fame and the house of shame, they are neighbors. They live very close to each other. The only thing that separates it is just grace. So if you chase fame, you know, as humans, Yoruba people have a proverb. They say, "Kò sí bí o ṣe fẹ́ rìn, kò sí bó ṣe fẹ́ mọ̀ rìn, kó rí má mì." That is, there's no way you will live your life without making mistakes. If you pursue fame and you make life mistake, that is normal, even the little ones that are normal. Because of the fame, it will become a big deal that can affect your journey, that can affect your brand. So why not focus on impacting life instead of chasing fame? So I will advise young people who want to create content, who want to become a YouTuber or a podcaster, please focus on the goal. And your goal is to educate people. Your goal is to help people become better. Your goal is to become better at your own craft. So those should be your focus, not numbers. Fine, it has been mentioned that, I have over 40 million people that come to my website and listen to me on my podcast every month. Those things are good, but those things are not my focus. My focus every day is to give you a better experience. When you come to Believers Company, I want you to live with a positive impression. I want you to be able to tell your friends about it. So when you do that, the numbers grow. But growing the number is never my focus. Of course, it's good. I want you to also check me out on all my platforms, but that shouldn't be the focus.
This is such an inspiring story.
Thank you.
So let's talk confidence.
Yeah.
You've worked, you operated across Spotify, Boomplay, YouTube, and several other media. So how were you able to develop confidence? How did you develop confidence to cut across these platforms and come out confident and speak up confidently?
If you know me very well, you know I'm a very shy person. I'm the kind of person that if you have a crowd, you would probably find me just in my space. I would just be in my space. You know, I'm a very shy person. But when it comes to talking to people, facing crowd, I don't know. It's an inbuilt thing. It's an inbuilt thing that has been developed over time. You see, I grew up as a Baptist. And if you are a Baptist, you can testify that from the tender age of 5 or even 4, you face the church to read your memory verse. You know, we call it Sunbeam. From Sunbeam, you move to the Royal Ambassador and things like that. So you face the church. The whole church is looking at you, and you are expected to say your memory verse, your Bible verse that has been given to you to study, you know. So from that tender age, I have been exposed to facing crowds, to deliver my lines without fear, you know. So because I have done that from a very tender age, it's very easy for me now. It's not really easy, but it's an inbuilt thing that's become part of me to come on stage and just face the audience and deliver my speech or whatever thing I'm talking about. And once I am done, once I step out, the shy man is available for you to pick on again. I'll just look for a corner and I'll just be there. Except to talk to me, I'll probably not say hello, except when I'm networking, of course. And those were the ways that I've been able to grow myself to face an audience and to grow in confidence over the years.
Good one.
Thank you very
much. So talking about young professionals in your field, you know, how do you think the young professionals can build a brand that it's outstanding like yours?
All right, thank you very much. That's a good question. I think it's a question that everybody can relate with. And the truth is this: put in the work. Put in the work. Forget fame. Like I mentioned, forget fame, forget money. You see, value attracts money. Value attracts money. If you give value, if you solve problem, money will chase you. You won't need to chase money. So I will advise the young professionals, if you are interested in growing a platform, if you are interested in creating something that can outlive you, I will advise that you should focus more on solving problems. That is the best way. The more problem you solve, the more relevant you are, and the more money you make.
Good one.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure that's a whole lot of people who can relate with that. And they want to listen to such a deep advice from someone like you. So we move on to the last question. And this has to do with legacy.
Okay.
With everything you have built, what does legacy look for Akinpelumi Akinboye? And what's next on your horizon? What are the other things you are thinking of achieving, in the nearest future?
Thank you very much. You see, I happen to be someone who I don't really think a lot about the future. I just take it a day at a time. But if you ask me that, what does legacy means to me, I think it will be the children that I will leave behind. Because as far as I'm concerned, these children that God had given to me, they've been given to me for me to train them, for me to model them, for me to prepare them for what they intend to bring into the world, to make the world a better place. So I think my children are going to be the legacy I will leave behind. Of course, I'm doing all this with the intention that someone will continue to do it. For example, someone will be passionate enough to promote African gospel music and say, oh, I want to work with you, I want to do what you're doing, or I want to take over Believer's Companion from you. I'm not going to compel my children to say, oh, I have built this thing, this is my legacy, you must continue. No, they are free to do anything they want, but in all they choose to do, let them excel. Let me prepare them. Let me ensure that I built them to impact the world positively. And in doing that, I think that is my legacy. If they can pass it on to their own children, to say, okay, grandpa started from here, grandpa built to here, and grandpa said this to us, and this is why I'm telling you, because I think this has helped me to become who I am today, and I want you to model your life after grandpa, because he did this, he was able to achieve this and this and this, and he led me to follow my own path, and now I have done all this, and I want you to emulate this and continue to impact the world positively. I think that's my legacy. I think that will give me a great satisfaction than any other thing in this life.
This is so impressive, and I must say that we've had, an inspiring episode with you. You've inspired the generation to come, and you've inspired a whole lot of people that are even ahead of you. So it will be a step to learning new things, rebranding oneself, creating self-awareness, and projecting a better tomorrow. Thank you so much, Akinpelumi, for sharing all this with us. And we appreciate you coming to Style to Success.
Thank you so much.
What a powerful and refreshing conversation. Thank you, Akinpelumi, for sharing not just your journey, but your principles, your mindset, and your style. You've shown us that style isn't just about what you wear. It's about how you show up, what you create, and the legacy you leave behind. To our viewers, if you have ever wondered whether your personal flair could translate into success, let Akinpelumi's story be your proof. Let's continue the conversation. Follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for more Style to Success content and updates. Use the hashtag we see possibilities and share your thought with us. I am Ayodele Oluwole. Until next time, keep showing up, stay inspired, and let your style speak for your success. Bye for now.
Yeah, my name is Chris Obaisi. I'm the ED Finance and Strategy for Zikis Agro-Allied Industry PLC. Keep watching Achievement Channel. Very informative, interesting to watch, and it can transform your mind. Thank you.
My name is Busayo Awoyemi. I'm an investment banker. Keep watching Achievement Channel.
My name is Mrs. Chinyere Akabusi. I am CEO of Zikis Agro-Allied. Keep watching Achievement Channels. It's a motivational channel. Thank you.
Solomon Oye said is my name. I'm the company secretary of Zikis Allied Industries PLC. Keep watching Achievement Channel. God bless you.
My name is Adejo Oshaba, the chairman of Zikis Agro-Allied Industries PLC. A big shout out to Achievement Channel, to you and all the effort you're putting in. And may all, whatever you're doing, be crowned with success going forward. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another inspiring episode of Career Success. It is the show that brings you one-on-one with exceptional individuals whose journeys inspire and motivate us all. This is the Achievement Channel, and we are reaching you live from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. I am Christine Davis, and today we are delving into the world of agriculture and entrepreneurship with a remarkable guest. Joining us is Taiwo Oshinowo, founder, CEO of Tima Farms, an enterprise established in 2016 with the mission to promote food security and reduce hunger in Nigeria. But that's not all. Taiwo is also a certified human resource specialist with a background in industrial relations and personnel management from the University of Lagos. She completed the Road to Growth program by the Creasy Blair Foundation for Women, as well as the intensive training in sustainable farming through the Lagos State Agricultural Development Authority. In addition to running her farm, Taiwo is deeply committed to community development. Her Outgrower program trains and empowers women and youth in her community to acquire skills in cassava and tomato processing, helping them become financially independent and contributing to the value chain. We are super thrilled to have her here with us to share her journey and her expertise. Taiwo, you are most welcome to Career Success.
Thank you for having me.
You know, I'm so excited about this interview. I'm so excited about this program. I'm really glad that we have people like you still in Nigeria. As I was saying earlier, I mean, someone looking at you, if I'd seen you before now without your profile, I would have been, okay, who is this, you know, ordinary Nigerian? But reading through your profile and seeing the amount of work you do, I mean, on social media, you are a superwoman. And I really hope that our viewers out there that are watching us would take a thing or two, in short, take so much more out of this conversation that we're going to have. You're most welcome. So let's dive into the conversation, Taiwo.
Okay.
Where did this all start from? Take us to your background from school. What is the history of this?
Well, I would say if anybody told me that I will become a farmer, I would say, come of it. How can I do a farming job? Well, I know that my grandparents, my mom, they were also a farmer. So how will I go back to that profession when I knew that there is no more money in it?
In farming?
In farming, yes. That was my thought then, because I could relate that. My grandparents, my parents doing farming, I could see the difference between us and other families, how they are doing so well when it comes to white collar job. So during my school days or after my school, I can never thought of or imagine that I will also go into that profession. So back to your question. When I finished school, and I could say that there was no job, no employment. And my husband came home one night like that. He said, Taiwo, there was a link. They call it Empower. Just open and read through and see what we can do with this instead of just sitting down at home. I said, Empower. What is the benefit? What's the pay? He said, just open and see. I read through. I could see that it's a training that will last for 2 years. And it's in the 4 phases. There is M-Agro, N-Teach, N-Health, and N-Tax. I call myself together that I cannot do N-Agro. Let me do N-Teach. At least if they trained us, I'll be able to teach maybe GSS1, business studies, or social science, or whatever. My husband said, how can you take teacher? Take Agric. I said, Agric. What will I do with Agric? Remember, my mom, my grandfather, they were farmer. So I know what it takes. I can't do it. I stay here in Lagos. No land. So how do you want me to go through that process again? He said, okay, just put in for Agric. I listened to him that year. So 2 years, they taught us so many things in Agric related to poultry, fishery, crops, agribusiness. So it now depends on you if you want to do the whole phases. But I decided to focus on crop production because it's less monitoring, It's giving time for my family, and also I can able to navigate my time, my family, and also for myself. So even if I try to go into poultry, that one is needed at 100% of your time. So I have to focus on crop production. So before I focus on crop production, there is something that came to my mind that my grandfather used to say, when food is out of poverty, then poverty is finished. Then I now relate that if I thought I can start doing like just only tomatoes, vegetables, and some other little things. In fact, even if it is not for sales, for my personal use, if I put all this together, we can live on it. So immediately during the program, I started with a 1 plot of land with cassava plantation. Then before you know it, I started little by little. Then I reached out to all my bosses. In fact, thank God for a fantastic staff in Lagos State Agricultural Development Authority.
Oh, wow.
They really welcome us with all their harms, their experience, their networking. Though everything is not about money, I kept on saying this, it doesn't come in form of monetary value, but what they gave us that time, it's more than giving us cash that, oh, take this. But the knowledge, the networking, the connectivity, it's a top notch. So immediately during that period, in fact, before I started harvesting on my farm, during their networking stuff, they network with other co-farmers, experienced farmers. Walk to them, sir, your produce, how do you do it? How do you go about it? I want to be off-taking from you. Before you know it, I started off-taking from those farmers, off-taking from them. So before my own came out, I was able to gain my ground when it comes to marketing. So by the time my own is out like this, I was able to sell off all my produce. In fact, sometimes I'll start off-taking from my colleague too that, sir, do you still have this, do you still have that? Because I have market for it.
Incredible.
So I just told one of my boss, Mrs. Ojo, I kept on, I will never forget her. In any place I am today, I will never forget her. So she will call me, Taiwo, how do you want to go about this? How do you want to do your production? During those times, it wasn't easy, I won't lie to you. Where they deployed us, I could remember during 2016, when the Empower started. I stay in Ikoyi Obalende here. They deployed me to Ekpe. So every day I go from Obalende here to Ekpe for my PPA, place of primary assignments. So we will go there every fortnight. Then they deploy me to, if I don't go to Ekpe, I will go to Ikota to go and see the farmers, disseminate information that have been aggregated by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture through the extension farmers, because we are the extension officers. So we try to have a word to heart to them, how to go about their production. But me, I do not go there as an officer. I go there as a learner. That's it, sir, because they are mamas. Ma, sir, if I want to plant ugu today, how do I go about it? So they will open their mind to tell me the step-by-step procedure on how to plant, on how to nurture, on how to go to the market, even the challenges on the farms. They will try, even the markets, they will relate everything with me, because I do not go there because as a, I know it all.
Wow. Okay, so you know, the attitude that you have even towards learning. Look at me thinking that Empower did not give any success, because I also applied for Empower.
Really?
I think I applied to, but you see, that's the thing about you. My own, when I was applying for Empower, it was to go and get money. Because, you know, they had a stipend of some sort.
You know, I said something the other time that everything is not about money, because the knowledge they impacted. I'm not saying this because I want to credit government, but the knowledge I acquired,
story,
yes, that I acquired, I can say that it's more than the money that they might have offered me that time.
Wow.
Because I'm making as in double of that. You understand?
Viewers, you know, I just want to say we're going to look at the amount of work she does, which also speaks to her attitude. You see her in rice farms with water up to here.
Yes.
You know, navigating through bushes.
That is it.
I mean, but let's take a look at that, and then when we get back, we'll get more insight from her at the studio. You're still watching the Achievement Channel, and this is Career Success. We'll be right back.
Search and search before we could get perfect sites of perfect farmland for our rice production, because rice need water. There are some stages that rice need water for it to grow well, and if not, everything will just will not grow or germinate. So from the upland side, we have to come here. So these are the water has been helping us to grow our further rice. So over 3 months now, I've been hiding this. I've been doing this. We've been putting hands together for it to be successful, because I would like to use our first production, and we need to be very, very careful with it. We don't know if it's going to be out well, or how do I put this. So we thank God everything came out as we planned, as we expected. Harvest time. What's today? Today is Thursday. I told you to place your order before today. It's harvest time at Tima Farms. You know what? Every Mondays and Thursday remain our harvest day at Tima Farms. Don't mind me, I have to take this. Let me show you. The sweet corn.
Welcome back, and you can see the attitude that she has even on her farm. I've seen you going around harvesting, even eating your sweet corn on your farm. Yeah. So right now, how many farm produces come out of your farm? I've seen gari, I've seen your sweet corn, I've seen your bell peppers, those juicy bell peppers that you have. I've seen, so like, what variety of produce?
Well, we have varieties of produce on our farm, and there is one for the seasonal farming. Then there is one that we always have on a weekly basis. For instance, sweet corn. Sweet corn, we have it every week. We plant every week and we harvest every week.
Every week?
Yes.
You plant
every week and we harvest every week.
Okay.
So it's because we don't want to run at when the customers ask for us, and we kept on telling them that we don't have a produce. So we structure ourselves in the sense that when a customer asks for a corn, we'll be able to deliver anytime. So we harvest twice in a week, Mondays and Thursdays. So that is twice in a week. So, and we have cassava.
I've seen ofada rice as well.
Ofada rice and cassava, they are seasonal produce. We harvest that one once in a year. So once we are in a season right now. So once we in a season, we process. Then once it's off season, that's all. And our gari, we also harvest and process ourselves. There was a time we do sell out to people in industrial companies for internal industrial, for alcohol and the likes. But now we produce our gari ourselves, because we realize that there are a lot of, limited supplies in the market. This makes gari to be highly expensive. So we decided to do processing ourselves. At least everybody can have access to cassava. There was a reason for that, but I don't know, maybe it's another topic for that. What caused the shortage or limited of gari in the market at the moment?
Gari is 4,000 per pint.
It's even more than that.
Right now.
Because in our farm, we do strictly gari jebu. And gari jebu is a quality one. You can't compare gari jebu with other gari. And it's expensive in the market.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Let's go back to some of your professional training.
Okay.
I know that you have a media strategy and sustainable farming training. How has that helped you in your success?
I would like to. It has helped a lot, because I can say that when you are in a particular field, if you don't invest in yourself, that means you can never grow. You will just remain. You will think that you are doing better for yourself. Let's look at when I took up a course on marketing and strategy, because remember I said my grandparents were a farmer, and I could see that the growth in them, it's not something that can be boasted of, that I also want to take up this profession.
They were just local
farmers. Thank you. So now when we bring in all these ideas, the creativity, the innovation, it's really bringing this business for the top notch. Even my mom, I forgot to mention that when I told her that I want to go into farming, she was crying that, look at the child that I suffered to raise, to train in school with this, and you want to go back to this. You understand? And now if I tell her that I'm not doing a particular crop for this season, it will be the one to be advising me. No, Taiwo, how will you do that? Let's say, okay, it's just that I will be the one to be in charge of this. That kind of thing. So I could say that that training really helped. It helped me to scale up for growth, and that is why you are meeting me here. If I don't do all those training, this and that, definitely achievement might not come to me today to come and see, okay, let's hear from you.
You are a successful farmer. You are.
Thank
Okay, so
you.
let's look at the various organizations that you've worked with. You've worked with Lagos State Agricultural Agency.
Yeah.
You've also worked with a National Homegrown Feeding Program.
Yes.
Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, it's, you know, as a farmer, they will engage with us to be supplying them all the farm fresh produce directly to the schools, because there was if you remember, okay, I don't know, maybe you know about it, when the government started the homeschool feeding, whereby they engage all farmers to be supplying their produce, because they know that what is coming directly from farm are quality and nutritious compared to something they don't know the basis or they don't know the foundation where the food is coming from. So related to the Empower program, I was one of the independent monitors whereby they engaged me when I finished my NYM Empower training, because they could select some of the likes-minded that are really top of that training to also engage us to monitor the activities of others beneficiaries coming
like
in. Mentors to them, exactly. So we monitor them when it comes to their training, monitor their activities, their welfare, and also the teachers that taught maybe in the area of NTeach. So it's, like I said, it's a different phases. So like now I go to them, know what their activities is all about, know what they do, know if they are being paid on time, know their records of attendees, whether they are present or not. And if there is any challenges, I bring it on board to discuss it with the right stakeholders.
Wow. So you've moved from Agro, you are now on NTeach. You short, you are everywhere.
Everywhere. Because as their coordinator, because I was the coordinator for Etiosa local government.
The entire local government.
Yeah, entire Etiosa local government. You know, we have 20 local governments in Lagos State.
Yes.
So Etiosa local government, I'm their coordinator then. So I have to move around to see if the program is being monitored, is being coordinated according to the plan from the federal states, because then it was we are working for federal government.
So you were working for the federal government.
Federal government.
Somebody that was looking for a job.
Yes.
And now you have been contracted as a coordinator by the federal government.
Yes. And I also doing my own farming stuff.
Just look at that.
Yes.
You know what? We'll be back after this short break. There's so much more to unpack on this episode of Career Success. I wish we don't even finish, but you know what? Let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the few years I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back to Career Success. We still have Taiwo at the studio. This is the Achievement Channel, and we are reaching you live from our School of Eloquence studio right here in Lagos. Taiwo, I will start calling you Minister of Agriculture, because I don't even think the Minister of Agriculture, you know, what I'm saying is that the impact of the work that you are doing is just phenomenal.
Thank you.
I can say that over and over again. So let's look at the Outgrower program. I understand that it focuses heavily on women and youth.
Yeah.
And that, you know, it has to do with agriculture, like also strengthening the food security in Nigeria. Please talk about that.
Well, like I said earlier on, when I started, it's not just about to teach you how to plant alone. It's to teach you how to go about, know the in and outs about the whole industry. From the point of your site selection, to the point of sourcing for your seed, for the point of planting, for the point of marketing. So you have to navigate it all. So I want to, myself as a case study, when I started, I have no idea. In fact, fine, I have the background of farming, but farming not the same. Because the one that we are talking about is about when it comes to modern mechanized farming. Yes. We use irrigation on our farm, because you asked me that time that we plant every week and we harvest every week, because with the help of irrigations, this makes us to plant all year round, rain or no rain. We are planting, we are producing, we are giving out produce for our communities so that they would not run or shortage of food. This makes us to be up of our whatever we are doing. So back to your questions. The Empower program is not just a program that anybody can just say, oh, it's meant for national cake. It's not about national cake. If you are the person that is well determined that I want to grow with this, so definitely you will grow. So when it comes to agribusiness, you can decide to go into, even if you don't have a farm of yourself. There are some people among me, like my colleagues, they decide to be in the marketing department, of take from the production, the farmers, because they will tell you that you cannot do it all. You cannot be the producer and be the marketer and also be in the processing. So like my Gary now, I told you I farm my cassava myself. So there should be another department that will take it for me for another processing. Once they finish processing, another people will take it over to do marketing. So, but now, me, I'm doing all the three. I'm the producer, I'm the processor, and I'm also into the marketing. Because I realized that in agribusiness, if you are not into processing, you are not making it big.
Wow.
Yes. I learned that in processing, you get more money in processing than to offtake. It has happened to me in the past whereby one of the offtakers, directly or indirectly, I can say he robbed me.
Okay.
He robbed me. Because when he came to me to buy, to bought tons of cassava from me at the rate of 33,000 naira, I think about 4 or 5 years ago. Yes. So I later get to know that, yes, you can blame me for that I do not do my market research well, which I accepted that I didn't do my market research well. So I later find out that it's selling at the rate of 50,000 naira. And I sold at 33,000 naira. So, well, that is it. But when I now convert it to the processing stage, you could see the double money I will make. So a bag of Gary is selling at the rate of 75,000 naira now. If I'm to sell to you, I might not make up to like 50,000 naira as a tubers. Do you get? So in Empower as a whole, as a farmer, there are a lot of things I've learned, which I also urge every other people that wanted to go into farming to see it as not just I want to plant, to see it as a life, as a survivor.
You know, this story that you just shared right now talks about your challenges, some of the challenges. You have a fantastic success story.
Thank you.
But let's because I know that every successful story has challenges. Because I know that you cannot just, it's not a bed of roses. It can never be. Okay?
Yeah,
so let's just talk about, for the people that are going through these challenges right now, if you could share, what are those challenges that you had from the beginning?
Let me change my position because the challenges, if I start, we don't have much time. I'll first of all start with land, accessibility of land. First of all, because I've experienced it and I still have some people that is still in that issue at the moment. You see, farming now, there are some lands that we know that is meant for agricultural purposes.
Yes.
It's not really so now. You will see that real estate, I'm sorry because I kept on saying this on my page, that real estate have taken all over the land that is meant for agricultural purposes. Developers, thank you. Because that is number one. My colleague, even me, I've planted on a land of, as in not acres, as in acres, that they just got there and uproot what we have on the land.
You don't say.
Yes. Uproot everything. That this land has been sold to so. So if you want any agreement, just go and meet them and have the new contract, you know. And those ones cannot wait. So they have to uproot. And that is number one. Number two, laborers. How to get a commitment as in that we see your job as your own. Not to talk of a young lady trying to see something to do for ourselves. Some of them will look at you like, see the ones that is not even older to my last born. He want to order me around to do this. You know, as a young girl growing up or trying to do something, and you are in power or engaging somebody that can be your grandparents as your staff. You know, you don't, sometimes I can say I don't have the control over them. If you ask them to do this, they'll tell you, once she leave like this, they will also leave, they will also find their way. They don't see, that is what I can say when it comes to labors. They do things as they want. You will plant down like this, and before you know it, your co-workers that you are meant, that he or she meant to be on the farm at the time of harvesting or weeding, you will not get them on the farm. Even to see them, it's another problem. Aside that, finance, Yoruba people will say, anybody, any business, it requires money. If you don't have money, you could see that, oh, Taiwo is doing very well. He has everything. But there are sometimes that we need to, maybe I want to diversify. I want to expand. I want to go into some processing. Like this ofada rice that we are doing now. I can tell you, a lot of people walk us to me that, come and sell paddy to me, I want to process. But if I look at my pocket that, I don't have enough money to process this, let me sell it out. But if I have money, I'll be able to process to whatever tons of rice that I want or I wish to have within this circle. But because of that, we could not fly as in the way we want it. So I can say finance, labor, that is human capital, land, and security.
That's a big one, because I was going to ask you about that. How are you coping with
security? Well, I can say that we have hunters, because I'm a village girl. Yes, I'm a village girl. We have hunters. I have to engage them. Sir, please, if you want to monitor my farm for a certain period of time, and that time, maybe period that, you know, okay, I have to break this down. There is all this Fulani, you know, and there is other thefts that will just burst into your farm and harvest.
Food insecurity now.
I'm telling you.
I understand.
So, and once I just woke up to them that, sir, please, I want you to monitor this this farm for me for a certain period, because maybe when we realize that it's getting to harvest time, so I will have them on the farm to secure that space for me. So if not, before you know it, they will just come into your farm and harvest. They will not just say, it's not just by taking little to just eat.
No, they will harvest the
they
entire
will harvest. Like, by the time you come back the next day, you just see everywhere. Cleared.
On your behalf.
What is happening? So you get, so now this has been really helpful, that engage some local hunters, pay them at the end of the month. If it is wages, I pay them, then they secure the farm for me. Then when it comes to, though we've not experienced that in my locality where we farm, about Fulani esmen, so God will not let them reach our side.
Amen.
But
Amen.
For that, you know, there is hunger in the land, so we have to protect that by engaging some local farmers to look after the farm for us.
Okay, so very quickly right now, for the future, because right now you've done so well, where do you see Tima Farms in the next 5 years? Just
well, I hope and I wish to see myself like, because now I forgot to tell you that we have a farm store here in Obalende. Okay. So every produce coming from farm comes to store so that everybody can have access to food. It's not that, your farm is far, I cannot come. So I hope to see my farm across the 36 states in Nigeria.
Fantastic.
Yes. So have another branch here in Lagos. We're on island now, mainland, then maybe in Abuja, Port Harcourt, because those are the because we do have a lot of orders from Port Harcourt, Abuja, Benin, in fact some Akwa Ibom, I don't know.
We're going to visit your store.
Thank you.
See. Okay, so very quickly right now, just in a minute, if you could just tell our viewers that are watching you and aspiring to also be farmers, do what you are doing, just in 1 minute. Motivate them, inspire them. What do you have to tell them?
Well, I have to say that whatever they want to do, they should just be focused, be determined. There are a lot of challenges that will arise. You might be hearing from other farmers, maybe your mentors, that, oh, this is what they are facing, but I don't think I have the mind. You can do it. Forget about the challenges. In as much you are determined and you are focused, then, believe me, you will overcome it.
That's it. You've heard it all. You can overcome all of your challenges. We've had a fantastic time with you, Taiwo, at the studio. I really did not want this to end. But that's it for today on the episode Career Success. We've had Taiwo share her amazing work from Tima Farms, showing us that the power of passion, purpose, and community can make a real difference. We hope her story inspires you to pursue your dreams and make bold steps in your careers. Join us next time for more inspiring stories on career success. I'm Christine Davis. And remember, success starts with you. Bye for now.
The future of any nation is hidden in the potential of its children. At Catching Them Young, we don't wait for greatness to grow. We ignite it early. This is where champions are noticed, where leaders are born, where purpose begins. Catching Them Young, because tomorrow begins today.
Hello and welcome to Catching Them Young on the Achievement Channel, your #1 platform for inspiring stories and purposeful conversations that spotlight those shaping young minds and future leaders. I am your host, Sarah Undu, and as always, we bring you compelling discussions with change makers who are catching them young right where it matters. We are broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence studio here in Ikoyi, Lagos, and today we are delighted to have with us a remarkable woman whose passion for education and deep commitment to inclusive learning have touched the lives of countless children across Nigeria. She is an educator, a development advocate, and the founder of the Penapole Foundation. Penapole Adedoyin, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much.
So, tell us, take us back to the beginning, Penna, the beginning. How was it like for you? And what planted the seed for the passion you have currently in education and for advocacy?
I was confessed, you're looking gorgeous. I wanted to celebrate you, actually. Okay, so, you know when they say making life a better place to be, that is just the push. So disheartening to me during school hour. See some certain children on the streets, so disheartening. And then you know when they say education is every child's right, but to some extent education is not accessible. So I have actually choose this part of making education accessible. I may not have money, but my words are actually valuable. My words are very much important, more than money. People might not see my name in the headline, but I tell you that how you make them feel is very important. How you put your name in their hearts makes you much more important. So now what makes me do this advocacy of it is because I want education to be accessible. You know when they say education and inclusion, so that is why I am advocating for this, so that everyone in the world will have access to education. I used to tell myself, I wish I have a superpower to send all the children in underserved community to school. So I feel we need to push to make the life a better place to be.
So that's great. So was there a seed? Was there something that pushed you? Was there something that pushed you into the advocacy and inclusion?
Yes, for me, feedback is a push for me, and most times I tell people that if you don't see feedback, then definitely you need to re-strategize. So many times, I remember when I was in university, I happened to school in Alabishano Banjo University, and it happens to be a semi-urban community. I used to trek all the way from my hostel to the community to teach children. So most times, these children used to be in school, but I see them taking cutlass to the farm, and I will ask them, why are you not in school this particular hour? And they told me that their daddy did not have money. So during my own leisure time while I was in school, I takes me like 45 minutes to trek to that village. I will go there to go and teach them, to educate them. My own personal savings, I'll have to buy school bag for them, notebook for them. So in my own way, I started my own school in that underserved community. Now, what plant have I been able to get from what I have planted? Because now most of them are now prefect in their school. It's a push. Leaders are already emerging. And I remember Benjamin. I used to mentor Benjamin then. And when Benjamin gained admission into the university, I gave him 2,000 that I do not have money, but take 2,000 naira for your matric. But at the end of the day, Benjamin gave me a gift. What gift? A artwork. And putting that artwork in my room, waking up every morning to see that artwork, it's just a joy to my heart that indeed this is a seed, this is a harvest. So feedbacks most times is a push for you. And if those feedback are not coming forth, try to re-strategize for you to get that feedback and don't give up.
Oh, so you're saying that the passion, what has pushed you so far, is that the feedback from the children, that you see that they are unable to access education, or probably due to finance or thereabout, right?
Yeah.
So in all of these things, has there been any specific child that was a trigger point for you, that pushed you into this as a life calling?
So many, like I can't count them. But like I said, I mentioned Benjamin earlier. Yes, yeah. Benjamin. Now, aside Benjamin, I have, we call him Keke Yawo. That's his name, underserved community. So they have all those funny names and all like that. Keke Yawo is just a little boy that cannot speak in English fluently. And I remember when I was growing up, I can't even communicate in English very well. But I had to share Bita Grammar. Do you know this textbook, Bita Grammar? Yes, it helps him. So I gave him that book and I said, I'm already living in this community, but the little one, I've been able to put you through this book. I know it will help you. Now, Keke Yawo is leading his school in competition, debate competition. And I remember he won a scholarship. So those things are actually a positive push for me that you don't need to give up. Sometimes I tell myself that if your faith, F-A-T-E, should fail, don't forget the faith of God. So those things, the faith I have in God in these things, this is a purpose for me. The difference between you having a purpose and you cannot fulfill that purpose. I am fulfilling the purpose with the result that God has actually called me into this field of giving inspirational talks, giving textbooks to children in order for life to be brighter in future.
Wow, Penna, that's inspiring.
Thank
you.
You.
Now let's talk about your foundation. Okay. Tell us about the Penna Paul Foundation. What inspired it and how did it begin?
Okay, Penna Paul Foundation.
Yeah.
Okay, let me start with, I like giving facts and figures. I remember when I finished university 2018, and after university, I said I graduated in an underserved community. So I had to come back to Lagos. And I'm like, okay, Lagos is not an underserved community. But then, I remember 25th of May 2019, I was just in my room. And the burden of, there is more. Agogoye is not the last place for you to just finish this purpose. So, that particular day, I just called my friend. My friend is a graphic designer. Damilare, please, can you just design these graphics for me? Freedom to go, freedom to experience, freedom to explore. That's the team. And I got the team from Unilever. I attended a seminar about Unilever that particular year. And that's just, I'm like, I don't know this team, but the information I got through that conference, I had to re-strategize them in order for it to get into the context of secondary school children. And 25th of May, I created the graphic design. And 26th of May 2019, I went to over 20 schools. Most of them rejected me. I used my phone, technology is actually taking over. So I used my phone to create the lecture and everything. I printed it out and knocking the gate of each schools. Like, who is this small guy? I have a small stature already. I'm accepting that already. Who are you? All those. So most of them rejected me. I went to over 20 schools. And I must say only 5 schools accepted me. So don't forget, I said 26th of May 2019. So the second is actually a children day. Yeah. So 28th of May 2019, the first school that accepted me said they will only give me 7 minutes on the assembly ground. 7 minutes turned to 15 minutes. And it happened that I featured in one magazine then in a newspaper. I had to share that magazine, and they saw my story, my inspirational talk there. And the principal was like, wow, small but mighty, your words are valuable. And this is the first time my students will be hearing this from an outsider. Lo and behold, I started Penapo. I went to different schools. 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, the principal, the first school I attended, the principal called me and said, ever since you stepped into my school, there is a transformation. Ever since then, I know that, okay, Penapo Foundation is not just a foundation. I had to transit my body into responsibility, and my responsibility now is raising leaders, and that is how Penapo Foundation came into existence. And to the glory of God, we'll be celebrating our 6th year anniversary with positive results, leaders emerging through Penapo Foundation, awards, and all like that. We are grateful to God.
Amazing. Oh, you said something. You said, can you share with us what you actually shared with those children or the assembly girl that the principal had to call you and say that ever since you came, the words you said? Can you just give us a bit of insight?
I remember remember the first I said, freedom to go, freedom to exploit, and freedom to experience. That's the theme of my first outreach in Penapo Foundation. So I used to tell them that irrespective of who you are, you have the right to succeed. I am a kind of person that as an inspirational teacher, I call myself, though I teach civic education, but through civic education, that context of civic education, there are inspiration in that subject. So I tell myself, I am an inspirational teacher. So I used to tell them that you have the right to succeed, despite the fact that there are limitations to you. And I tell them that you are in your comfort zone, and your comfort zone is your parents' place. But I tell you that the best comfort zone you can ever get is in the presence of God. Your parent place is, but if you are not careful, you will not know that the best comfort zone is in the presence of God. So I used to tell them that you have the right to succeed in as much as you are in your comfort zone, which is the presence of God. That school, I remember vividly, the principals, they don't used to do fellowship and all sorts like that. I brought out school fellowship in that school.
Wow.
So ever since then, they used to have they used to do assembly debates. They used to do, they have president for their fellowship. You know, from SS3, when they have those particular positions aside school prefects, it's just that we are trying to bring out the leadership in them. So I remember the first one I told them, your comfort zone is in the presence of God. I used to say that everywhere I go. So that's just it.
Wow. Now I see why they had to call you back. That's good.
Thank
so
you
now
so
tell
much.
us your project. It span book drives, outreaches, and even storytelling. So tell us, how do you choose where to focus?
Okay, you know, intentionality is very, very important. There's a difference, in economics, they tell us that there's a difference between needs and wants. So many times, we see NGOs go to orphanage homes, they just want to take pictures. There are so many orphanages people attend that those orphanages have enough of foodstuffs. It is not about the picture. It is about the fact that we need to bridge the gap, meeting the needs of these people. So I am so intentional to the point that I do my critical research. Like I said, my targeted audience are underserved children. So I do my critical research, and permit me, I'm a Christian. I pray, I pray, God, please give me this direction. Which community do you want me to go to? Then after that, I do my critical research. You know, in a community or in a local government, there are communities. If this community should need this community do not need this. So I do my critical research. I meet the elders in those community, and I let them know that, okay, I will not go in the form that I want to bring something to them. And I just see somebody going on the street, and I ask them that, do you people have a school in this community? Another person tell me they don't have. I just do unaware personal interview with people living there. then I know that, okay, these people really need it. Then I just tell them, can you take me to your community leader? So from there, I pick it up and I execute the projects. So intentionality and trying to meet the needs, not the want of community. And it is not about the pictures, it is not about the documentation. Despite the fact we need documentation for us to have result and backup. But then I tell them that it is not about pictures. There are so many outreaches that I have executed, I did not post the pictures on social media. So many. And so people know, like the Bible will say, if you are doing something to the right hand side, don't let the left hand know. So it's not everything I post personally to social media, but then we just need to post for branding's sake and all sorts like that. But then intentionality and direction of God and meeting the needs of the community is very, very important.
Yeah. So you made mention of undeserved children. So what has been your biggest challenges so far, and how did you overcome reaching out to those children?
You know, when they say Okpo, permit me to use that word Okpo, it's plenty. But I tell people that challenges are inevitable, and at the same time, challenges are channeled to your success ground. So if you are not facing challenges in your journey of life, then definitely something is wrong somewhere. Or something is wrong somewhere. So when we talk about challenges, I have a whole lot of challenges. Is it the days of going to bed with empty stomach? Is it days of begging for urgent 2K? Yes, I will not deny it. I beg for urgent 2K because I want these children to be happy. Is it the days of people that place value on me? And I tell them that, please, can you borrow me 2K? And at the end of the day, they'll be like, people, me that they call Auntie Penna, they now call me Penna. It is not about the auntie, you get what I'm trying to say. But the fact that, because we beg for donations, we don't have value again. But we get to know that it is not about the value, but about the life we want to meet. So the days of rejections, the days of embarrassment, the days of we losing value in order for me to meet, in order for us to place value. So children. Yes, those challenges are inevitable, but you know, if I don't have challenges, my success story will not be interesting. Sure. And my success story is actually in process, and I know one day, to the fullest, we'll share it. Wow. So that's just it.
It's been an interesting conversation with Penna Paul, and we will go on a short break. We will be right back.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078, or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
teaching the world to speak.
My name is Ome Sylvia. Stay tuned to Achievement Channels for more positive information.
Hello everyone, my name is Chinedu Ndugwe. If you know you are looking out for anything to do with innovation, motivation in Nigeria or Africa, please watch out for Achievement Channel.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Zeole. Keep watching Achievement Channel for daily motivation and you're good to go.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
Welcome back. Penna, you developed a version of Snakes and Ladders to teach mathematics.
Yeah.
Tell us how that works and why play is actually important in learning.
Thank you so much. Most people have been asking me this question. Okay, so you see, dice. Every portion of your dice has a value. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We all know numbers as values. So if you should roll a dice, if you should put it on 2 on the snake and ladder board, then you have to put your seed on 2. Then if you should roll 6, so 6 plus 2 is what? 8. So normally they will play that, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you understand? But then for the educational aspect of it, I put it on my board back in my community there, and I tell them that don't count from your head, what is 6 plus 2? So they should not count. Now, most of these children don't know how to calculate mathematics. True. But when you tell them that 1,000 minus 800, they will tell you what? It is 200 naira. Now, we need to inculcate it in the aspect of snake and ladder. I said 8 the other time, right? Now, if you should roll the dice again and they happen to play, let me say, 6, which is the highest number. And at that particular point, they have to get to that particular number. Let me say, that particular person put it in, let me say, 12. Yes, 12 or 14. Let me use the word 14. And that particular spot of 14, snake has actually, snake, the rules of snake and ladder, and there's a snake there. So definitely for snake to bite you, if you're on the tree, if snake should bite you on the tree, definitely the person will actually go down. So if you should go down from 14 to 10, so they can't just go from 14 to 10. So I tell them, what will you subtract from 14 that will give you 10? I put that on my board. So it's just for them to calculate. Then I put 14 plus question mark equal to 10. So what should be in that question mark? It should be 4. So they should not just play it as 4. They should not just play it as them counting. Snake and ladder should help you to calculate quick. Now, if from that 14 you roll another dice and you have 6, that is 14 plus 6 is 20. So at that particular 20, you've been able to climb the ladder to 60. So, and I ask them again, don't just climb this ladder to 60. What have you been able to calculate? 20 plus what will give you 60? Then I put it there on my board again. 20 plus what will give you 60? That question mark. So now fill in the gap of that. Use your head to calculate. They tell me it is 40. 40 plus 20, it is what? 60. So snake and ladder should not just be a game of fun. Should be a game of addition and subtraction, in order for you to be able to calculate without you using pen and biro or pen and book. Wow. That is not the first game I've been able to craft in pen and ball. I crafted another one, Scavengers. I don't want to use the word, it's more like a draft, but because of the name draft, I don't want to use draft. So I had to pick up covers of bottles. And I tell, there's a way I had to craft it, and I tell them, think critically. How will I be able to cross over to the other side without pushing you to decide? So in my community, in Pen and Ball Foundation, I don't just dish out words, despite the fact that inspirational words are important. I let my children know that you need to know how to think critically, so that you can be smart. Education is beyond the four corners of the world. So if you cannot do well in class, you should be able to do well outside the four corners of the classroom. That's right. So that's just it.
Wow, that's interesting. And I see that because a lot of children love to play. Children love things that are fun. They love interesting activities. And I see that with that would, bring them into the point where they actually want to learn, especially when it comes to mathematics, where they find it quite difficult. So with such games, it would, inspire them into learning maths. That's amazing, Penna.
Thank you
That's
so
amazing.
much.
So how do you use creativity to make education more accessible for children with no resources?
All right, so I used to tell people that every sport in this world is a classroom. And every tool God has created is an instrument for everyone in the world to learn. This cup is an instrument for me to learn. This place is a classroom for me to learn. I've been able to learn from you. You have been able to learn from me. Do you understand? So in Pineapple Foundation, I make sure every sport, anywhere I find myself, I make it a sport for everyone to learn. That is why if I'm on the streets, I make sure somebody beside me is learning. I can just, hello baby, I love little children so much. Hello baby, do you know that you are a future and your future is bright? And I use affirmation words to help them. Tell yourself you are a star. Tell yourself you are a champion. Tell yourself, I believe in myself. That is just a classroom for me. So if that particular baby is holding probably a school bag, and I tell them that, do you know that this school bag is not just for me? It's just not for you to put your note inside. Do you know it's an avenue for you to keep secrets? Because our mouth is also a bag for us to keep secrets. So in anything we find ourselves, let's make it a means for us to learn and for the future coming behind us. Wow. So that's just...
Wow. That's good.
That's
good. So Penna, you said something, you made mention of something as a challenge. That was one of the challenges that you faced. And what you said was on funds. Yeah. So tell us, you use your personal funding for this foundation.
Obviously.
What is the sacrifice? What is that drive? What has been, pushing you into making such sacrifices?
Okay, so if your pocket is empty, you don't have a purpose. But if you have a purpose, you are rich. If your pocket is empty, you don't have a purpose. But if you have a purpose, you are rich. Now, I got to know that this is my purpose. I might not have money. I might face challenges. I have the days of me crying. The days where everybody decided to leave me alone. In my room, my pillowcase are soaked with tears. But because within a twinkle of an eye, the devil used to fail. And God will show up. He's a miracle God. He is not a magician. For the fact that even when I choose to give up, within a twinkle of an eye, He will definitely show up. So He wants me to face those rejections because He wants my success story to be interesting. And because I'm doing this because the children I'm talking to are now leaders.
Wow.
They are prefects in their schools.
Amazing.
So I'm happy about the JAMB results recently. Most of my students passed.
Wow.
Most of them passed. It's a joy to my heart. So God is putting me there. I'm still in the incubating room. After 9 months, the 9 months, you understand, when God gave birth to me, then God will know that indeed I am fearfully and wonderfully made, and the story is yet to be told. That's just...
Wow. So what drives your sacrifice is that one, you understood that it's a passion or it's a purpose.
Okay, like I said earlier, the days of me giving up, but in a twinkle of an eye, you will definitely show up. Judas, he betrayed Jesus. I have Judas. But at the end of the day, what a friend we have in Jesus. I'm sorry I have to say Jesus because I'm so proud of Jesus. Do you understand? So, what pushed my sacrifice is the fact that I know that God has actually created me into this calling of purpose. The book of Jeremiah 1, I have to quote Bible.
Feel free.
Book of Jeremiah 1, verse 5 says, I have known it from your mother's womb. I have ordained you as a prophet. So I know that God has ordained me. Right? So I had challenges even while I was growing up. My English were not fluent. I struggled to read and assimilate easily. But I got to understand that for me to be successful. So I picked up when I was in GSS 3. So from SS1, I featured in newspaper, going for competitions, those sacrifice alone, and the result I had, and I will still have, are just the fact that God indeed has called me into this purpose, and at the end of the day, sacrifice will not just go in vain, because God wants you to sacrifice. You know, when we sacrifice our ram, when we sacrifice our listing, at the end of the day, you go enjoy them now. But I'm not doing this because I want to enjoy. I'm doing this because I am planting something. And when December comes, we go harvest. The rain will soon fall. And we will harvest our fruits.
So in a nutshell, you know that God had sent you into doing this, and regardless, you have to put in your all and see how God shows up for you in the midst of the storm.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so amazing, Penna.
Thank you.
So what message do you have for young Nigerians currently watching you who feel powerless but they want to make a difference?
Okay, so I tell people that people are not looking for perfect people, but they're looking for the presence of people. Volunteer. Tunde Onakoya used to say something. You can do a big thing from a small place. Recently, I volunteered for one event, and one of my friends said, Penna, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be volunteer. You're supposed to be on that stage. I said, no. If everybody should package themselves to be on the stage, we will plan this program to be successful. So most times, you don't need to be in the front to volunteer. You don't need to be in the front to do big things. Whatever your hand find doing, do it well and do it diligently. You will stand before big people. So in anything your hand find doing, please do it well. You might not be a perfect person. I am never a perfect person, but your presence is very, very important. So you are planting that seed. By the time it will germinate, people will marvel at your work. And I know every Nigerians out there, our future will definitely be bright. Nigeria is a good country.
Of course.
If we go to Jamaica, if we go to Canada, please let's come back to our home, because we know Nigeria will be a better country. Or let me say the best country someday, sometime. That's just it.
Oh, that's amazing. So Penna, what's next for you and your foundation?
Okay, a whole lot. But according to the leading of the Holy Spirit and what God has actually placed in my heart, we are shooting a movie very soon. And the movie will be not just for children. Educators, teachers will learn from it. Parents will also learn from it. So the movie, we are already in the process of it. So we are shooting a movie very soon. And there's a project we're actually working on, making education beautiful. We've started it already. And we are going to 15 underserved community to make education beautiful. How? You know, when you are in an environment and that environment is not enticing for you to learn, you will give up. So we are trying to create a learning aid, a banner in a classroom whereby we'll place a banner in schools that don't have. We'll craft out a banner according to the educational curriculum, school curriculum. So in nursery class, we have a banner of A to Z with pictures. You know, children, they like anything animations. So A for apple. When they see A, when they see apple, they know that definitely A is for apple. When they see B, B is for baby. When they see baby like them. So we are creating a banner whereby when they get into the classroom, even if they are at home, they will tell their parents, Mommy, I want to go to school today because in my classroom, education is actually beautiful. So we are going to 15 underserved community to create a learning aid for them. So the theme of the program is making education beautiful. So that's just...
Oh, that's amazing. You have so great plans. That's amazing.
Thank you
so much, Fela Paul. You've made us understand that you need purpose, you need passion, you need a vision. You also need the plan instructions from God. Right?
Definitely.
You made us understand that. And thank you so much for your inspiring story. Thank you so much.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today. Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
And to our viewers, we hope you've been inspired by this story of faith, vision, and resilience. Remember, the future is shaped by what we invest in our children today. So let's all play a part in catching them young. Let's keep the conversation going. Follow us at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube for more inspiring stories and updates. Use the hashtags #WeSeePossibility and share your own experiences with us. I am Sarah Undu, and join us next time for stories that inspire action and ignite purpose.
On Sunday, February 8th, 2026, the Harbor Point Event Center in Lagos became the epicenter of excellence and celebration. The Center for Values and Leadership, CVL, gathered the nation's finest to honor a titan of intellect and integrity, Professor Pat Utomi, on the occasion of his 70th birthday. The evening was a tapestry of testimonies. One after another, colleagues and mentors took to the stage to share how Professor Utomi had shaped their lives and careers. Beautiful tributes flowed, painting a picture of a man whose influence transcends academia and enters the realm of national transformation.
Perhaps one of the most fantastic opportunities apprenticing under this man. Learning from him, listening to him, and having him support what we have done over the years, right up to where we are today with the School of Eloquence that we set up. The School of Eloquence is 20 this year, and the Achievement Channel that we set up, including the Blue Economy Academy. So, Prof, all I want to say today, and I know you've done so much, we're glad that you're alive and well.
The celebration crossed borders and boundaries. Dignitaries who could not attend in person sent their regards via video, their voices filling the hall from the big screen. Most notable was the message from former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who joined many other world leaders in wishing the professor a landmark happy birthday.
What you have done for me, you are a wonderful man. Except that you still owe me 100 gram. And until you give me that 100 gram, you will not have celebrated your birthday. Make sure that my 100 gram is ready for the birthday. Otherwise, I won't die until I get my 100 gram.
I say, yes, we are our papa will be Bamba. Make our boys Bamba go. We, the wife, the children, none of them will define one thing. Long life and prosperity. My wish for you, Dr. Otani, is that in a long time, they will see the Nigeria of your dream.
I'm happy that God has kept and sustained you till this day, 70 years. Pray that God will continue to keep and sustain you. Continue to do what you believe best. You symbolize the truth we need in leadership. The God of this place. Now only glad we have long life. And to make beautiful children, you have one more child. One more child, let me give kids. I love his kids, one more.
Prayers that you have a long life, in good health, and that you need to see your children children, and that you continue to be happy and be a fulfilled person. In Jesus' name. Many more years of good health, ability to read a zillion more books, and the peace and joy of a life surrounded by people who love and cherish you. I wish you so much happiness, good health, all your aspirations will come to pass, and that indeed your joy will be full on this landmark anniversary. The angels of God will always be for him and the family. Wishing him the best of the best. I pray that God will give you testimony, larger testimony, and God will answer all his prayer in the name of Jesus. As Prof turns 70 on February 6th, I would like to wish him a very happy birthday.
I wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Complete happy party. I'm very happy.
It will be a wonderful celebration. Happy birthday.
You're always calling me Oka, what, Daddy? Well, now, Oka Paruri. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Whether it's bathroom or bedroom, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Please let's put our hands together.
Achievement Channel went behind the glamour to speak with those who know him best.
History was George Hart as one of the major players, not in terms of the violation of June 12. He formed a group of high professional bodies, people, and they formed what they call concerned professionals. That's professionals who are concerned about the future of this country. In 1993, imagine 1993 to this time, 33 years ago, of the validation of June 12 and restoration of democracy in this country.
The SDP family is proud to be associated with Professor Patutomi, who was the pro-national chairman of the SDME that later transformed into the SDP. Professor Patutomi was also the first presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Media Party, 2011. And his vast of wisdom and experience, the SDP took a lot through him. We wish you many years long. May God continue to spare him in good health, so that Nigeria can continue to handle his blessings and wisdom. Thank you, may God bless.
The one thing you cannot take away from Professor Patutomi is that he has as equal eye view of Nigeria.
Okay, my name is Niya Adesanya, a business consultant and a business engineering expert. He is a man that has been there from the beginning. My company is over 20 years, but Patutomi has been with us forever. I mean, when people did not believe in us, he believed in us. And then his level of sacrifice is unparalleled. It's very commendable. He sacrifices, he goes the extra mile and extra length for you. And I really appreciate him for that. And also, I want to use this opportunity also to appreciate his beautiful wife. Because, you know, many people have been talking about Professor Patutomi, but nobody has said anything about her so far. She's a gem, she's a mother, and she's a beloved woman. We love her. Thank you for taking care of our Patutomi for us. God bless you, man.
My name is Ben Gashason. I'm the Executive Director at Paradigm Initiative, and the chairman of our board is Professor Patutomi. Prof, thank you. When we started, you believed in us when we didn't even know what we were going to do. And that belief led to valuable currency in relationships, in partnerships, in funding, in impact, and in work. And because of you, because of the foundation you laid, we are now able to reach thousands and hundreds of thousands of young people across 28 countries on this continent. Thank you for being our trustee and for being our chair. And I pray that you will eat the best of the land.
Prof and I grew up in Kano. Went to different schools there. And for about 13 or more years of our growing up, We didn't even know until we met in Lagos. And I must say that Prof was one of my very good friends. When I turned 70, going on 3 years now, he was there with the wife. And since I've been celebrating my birthdays, he never misses out. So tell me why I would be here today. Your hands please together for him, ladies and gentlemen.
His children shared intimate reflections on Pat Utomi, not just as a public figure, but as a father and a guide.
My name is Patrick Utomi, and I am the son of Pat Utomi. So my father has been an inspiration ever since I've known. He's always been concerned about the nation and his family. Those are the closest two things to his heart. And every blood, every sweat, all his tears, everything he gave up for us, his family, and for the nation. And I'm glad that he is getting his flowers, but I hope that in his life he sees the nation become what he expected it to be. Thank you.
My name is Claire Utomi, and I'm the youngest daughter. I think the first thing I admire about my dad is that everyone knows his political achievements, his achievements in, academic arenas, but he is such a family man, a dedicated person to being a good father, and always showing up despite his busy schedule. And so I thank him for the plays, for the school visits, for showing up for my friends, for me, no matter what he's doing.
It was a truly glamorous affair. From soulful musical performances to vibrant entertainment, the night was a fitting tribute to a man who has given so much to the soul of our nation. 70 years of value, 70 years of leadership.
Privilege for the gift of life, for the opportunities that we have had, and how this has enabled us to, stimulate some thinking. So I'm really happy that I'm here today. My greatest fulfillment is that in spite of all the running, I have managed to find a wonderful family that has been there all the time, and we have peace, we have joy. Thank God.
As the curtains fall on this celebration, the legacy of Professor Pat Utomi continues to inspire a new generation. Reporting for Achievement Channel, we celebrate a life well lived.
Wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corpuscan, the show that inspires and empowers young Nigerians to make most of their NYSC journey and beyond. I'm your host, Nofisat Adeyola, and you are watching us right here on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational television station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studio in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's topic, Bloom Where You Are Posted, is all about turning those unexpected moments into opportunities for growth and purpose. To help us explore this inspiring conversation, I'm joined by two amazing guests. Bankole Emmanuel is an aspiring accounting professional from Kwara State, Nigeria. He holds both ND and HND in accounting from Kwara State Polytechnic, and is currently pursuing a bachelor's degree in accounting while working towards the ACA certification with ICANN. Passionate about numbers, integrity, and growth, he aims to make a meaningful impact in finance and auditing. Egwuoti Favour, a fresh graduate and newly called barrister, embarking on a year of national service. Favour is currently serving at NYSC at the esteemed School of Eloquence, Ikoyi, Lagos State, where she is applying her knowledge and skills to make a positive impact with a passion for the law and a commitment to excellence. Favour is poised for a bright and successful future. So, whether you are serving in a busy city or a quiet village, in a classroom or a corporate office, this episode is for you. Get ready for inspiring insights, real stories, and practical tips on how to turn your service year into a season of growth and purpose. Welcome to the show. I'm very glad to have you guys here, Emmanuel and Favor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So today we'll be discussing Bloom where you are posted on today's episode. So many core members found themselves in unexpected places they never imagined serving.
Yeah.
So how can a corper turn unexpected posting into an opportunity for growth and impact? I'll start with you, Emmanuel.
Okay, thank you, Nafisat. From my own perspective, I would like to say, as a corper, have it, you be seeing yourself posted to where you are not wanting to. It is like, how would I put it? Firstly, the place might not look like a blessing to you, but probably it should look like a journey or a training ground to the journey of your destiny. Because being a corper, you might not want to be in this or particular place being posted to, but seeing yourself there, you have to first look at it. What is my purpose here? Instead of seeing yourself, why am I posted here? This is not relating to what I study or something. You take it, have that mindset. Instead of thinking, why are you posted here? You can calm down and relax and observe. Then see it that what is my purpose here? How can I help this particular organization with what you have? So thinking and seeing it as, okay, yes, because people have that mindset that if you are not posted to where you actually have, where you study or something you have relating to what you read in school, so people see it like as not, well, how would I put it, you are not well welcome there. But even life itself, whenever you meet yourself, you need to work with how it is. So by then, and working with things along with how it goes, you definitely get good opportunities, and consistency matters.
Thank you for that answer. What about you, Favor? What do you have to add to it?
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to add to what he said, and I'm going to use what he's using as an example, which is mindset. So whenever I suppose you to where you are not even expecting to, maybe because you didn't study what they posted you to go and do and all that. Don't see it as a punishment from AYS. Do you understand what I'm saying? See it as an opportunity for you to grow and impact like other people around you. That's everything about NYSC post, everything about life is just mindset. Don't see it as a punishment, see it as an opportunity for you to grow. I'll use myself as an example. I'm a lawyer, quite right, but I was not posted to a law firm. You understand? So what I understood and what I want to take from where West posted me to is that there's no knowledge in this.
That is wasted.
Yes, that's a waste. I will learn something from where I'm being posted. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not, some people are saying, it's not a law firm, but I'm like, let me just calm down. You understand? This is 1 year. It's not a waste. You understand? You are going to, no matter what, you're going to learn 1 or 2 things from where you are being posted to. And you don't know where you're going to apply it in life. So it's going to be useful to you, and you never know when it's going to be useful. There's another thing. Anywhere they post you, to just be flexible. Life comes with adjustments. Let's just learn how to adjust to some certain things in life. So you have to adjust. Let's not be static. This is how I want to be. This is how I want it. Change. Everybody should just learn how to change and be, dynamic with wherever he or she finds his or herself. Yes. And something else. Let's learn how to connect with people around us. Whether they posted it to a rural community or a corporate life, just let's learn how to connect with people. No matter how small that place is, starting from trying to learn languages that you don't know, or learn how to greet them, or just be jovial with people. You don't know how connecting with people can, make you grow in life. So it's something that we also have to learn. So that's just what I want to add.
Thank you very much for that answer, because I actually have something to add to that. Because there was a day I was strolling on social media and I saw something like, if you keep cursing out or saying negative things about your place of work, there's no way you will grow out of that place, and there's no way you will be happy. And I think when I saw that, it actually changed my mindset. Fine, when you all in life, at a point in time, we always find ourselves in places or where we never imagine.
Yes.
Let's even put NYSC aside. Journey to life, you find your place in. There's something like that. It can never be me. The way it will be you will not even expect it. So you keep saying no every day. I don't like that place. I don't. Whether you like it or not, that's where you spend the next 1 year of your service here. So at first it may be challenging, and I used to say something about turning your struggles into opportunity. So just make the most out of it. Make sure you are, like you said, be flexible. Make sure you just see it as an opportunity to grow. So thank you very much for that wonderful answer. Thank you.
Okay, concerning what you said earlier, that you said aside NYC, it made me remember someone. This friend of mine is well learned. Is that kind of person. When I met him, I saw his thinking and his academic ability. I was like, okay, why are you in this polytechnic, like the way we also came? I was like, no, because from his 100 level down to his final year, he was in first class, distinction, HND distinction, HND2 distinction, graduated with distinction. So now we will say that kind of person now that graduated with distinction from 91 down to HND2. We will say that kind of person is supposed to be in university, but due to that, the way life generally, and he was able to manage the way the life of a thing is. So it's part of how life will actually treat you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that wonderful answer, which brings me to the next question. Can you share a story? It may be yours, it may be someone close to you, of a couple that turned their unexpected posting experience into something imaginable. For someone that posted to a place they don't want to be. So how they turn their posting their NYSC year from a place they don't want to be to something very, very impactful. Do you have a story to share, or maybe yours, maybe one of your experience, maybe one of your very close friend?
Okay, thank you for that wonderful question. I would like to put an illustration of somebody I know.
Okay.
He was posted to Kwara State for his NYSC in a remote area, a remote village.
Okay.
So the place is, they have a lot of things that are lacking: the lack of light, lack of electricity, lack of power, lack of water. Like the area itself is just, it's a school they posted him. Then it was just like, as a copper now, that alone, as a copper, you feel like the area where you are, you need some things like the way you like light and everything. But the way where it was posted, it was bad. Like it was posted to a school. But this copper that I'm trying to talk, the school he was posted to, he realized that those students, they lack how to read. Then he took it. He didn't take it as a problem. He took it as an opportunity that, okay, let him start some weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, coaching lesson for them. Then from there, those students became very good in reading. From there, the parents of those children were like, yes, this is good. And during the processing, it gave him some opportunity, like to connect with some different people that he didn't expect, because what it took from the start, like taking them. But if you see some coppers now posted to that kind of area now, it doesn't. So I feel seeing that place as opportunity, like the scenario I said now, I can use myself as an opportunity, because I'm being posted to a place where it's not relating to accounting, but due to the fact that I have a skill at hand, it's actually one of the important things that is even keeping me going in where I'm working as my PPA. So it's very important that don't just see yourself that, okay, where you are posted, or where whoever is being posted to is you don't have what you are doing. Like the way my lawyer said earlier, that where she's being posted is not relating to a law firm. So if you can see where you are as an opportunity and ability to grow, to use it to grow. It goes a long way.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to use CDS as an example.
Okay.
So my CDS says a lady, she was posted to sports CDS. That's her CDS.
Okay.
Sports CDS.
A CDS group.
Yes, a CDS group, sports CDS. And she happens to be in volleyball. You
Okay.
understand? You know, at first it's like, we're just wasting our time. Do you understand? What are we even using this thing to do? Who actually uses volleyball? I know in Nigeria, we don't really, apart from football, and there's not really football. Those ones are not really there yet. So, but to her greatest surprise, she used it as a means to eat. Even now, that's what she's using. She has her own small, academy where she trains young people. You understand how to play volleyball. How to play volleyball. At first, it was like, let's just do this and
and get
let's
it done.
Let's get it done with it. But now she uses it and she trains, young people how to play volleyball. And who knows? It might go international one day. You never can tell. You understand what I'm saying? So wherever you find yourself, just use it. Learn it very, very well, no matter how little. You don't know if you're going to use it to teach people in the future, or if you're going to use it to even apply it, to even make yourself greater, make yourself grow the more. Yes. So that was, and then there are still so many other stories where people, especially people that are maybe posted to rural areas, where they end child marriages, because they are graduates and they speak up. And the government hear them eventually. They end child marriages, end female mutilation, genital mutilation, all those kind of things. So that's just simple.
Thank you very much for that wonderful answer. Thank you very much. That's a very inspiring story. Thank you, listeners, for staying with us. Now we'll go on a short break and we'll be right back.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078 or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
teaching the world to speak.
This is Corpus Can, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome back, and it's still Corpus Can. Thank you for still seeing on the show.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So the next question I'll ask now is, what practical step can Corpus take to adapt, lead, and add values in communities that are completely different from what they are used to?
Okay. Well, I'll say, for starters, immerse yourself in the way of life of that community. That should be like number one. And that is learning the culture of the people, learning the languages, because you have to communicate. You understand? You have to, whether it's to go to the market or enter a bus or transport or anything at all, you have to learn how to, and they don't speak English. So how are you going to,
communicate?
Yes, so you have to communicate. You have to learn their languages, learn their cultures, you understand? And you should listen more than you can speak. And this is, why I say this is because, we are all graduates.
Yes.
And we are enlightened. Let me put it that way. We are enlightened. And then there's some communities that they will post some of us to and won't like their way of life. So what I just want to say is, don't just rush into it.
Okay.
You understand? Yeah. Calm down. Even though you want to change something, there are ways to go about it. You understand what I'm saying? Just calm down, listen, observe how everywhere is first before you start doing anything, before you start trying to change anything. And lastly, what I want to put in is, you can initiate projects that you think, this project is going to be good for the community, or this project is going to take the community up, you understand? Or this project, I'm doing it because I also want to grow, you understand? To see that I can actually do something for this place I'm being posted to. Then my one, not just be a waste, you understand? And secondly, I want the community to grow because I don't really like how it is.
Right?
Yes. So just number one, like I said, learn their languages. Yes, learn language, learn the cultures. You understand? And that's just.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel, what do you have to add to what
Okay,
she
thank
said?
you. Concerning from my own perspective, whenever you are being where you are, firstly, you have to observing first, because you have to observe where you are, because you have to know the kind of people are there. You have to know the kind of culture that is there, you get, and have to know how things are being done in that place. Then secondly, you have to create a relationship by connecting on how you can flow with how people is at that place. Then while making those processes of connections and relationship within them, you try to carry them along, and in any place you find yourself, have it at the back of your mind that you must have that mindset that you are here to learn. Because if you are in a place and you believe you know everything, or you are not ready to learn, it's not a good, or will I put it might not help in a good way. And also, if you are in a place where you've been appointed or been said to be a leader there, my own advice for you, being a leader, to everybody the person at the head leading the others. But being a leader, you must ensure you are doing things like, how would I put it, ensure you lead in a way that you are not seeing yourself as a boss or as the head or leader. You are seeing yourself working together. Like, you should be like working with your people, like, not that okay, you do this. Yes, you give instruction, but there's a way you do things, like when even the way you, okay, let's do this, you work along with everyone. So that's why I said you have to observe, because for an instance now, posted to or you applied for something and you've gotten there, and now you met people there. You can't just, being the leader, you can't just say, oh yeah, these are things. That's why I said observing the way the things are, the culture, the nature of how the work and the environment is. Then you can now lead and do the necessary things.
Okay. Thank you very much for that answer. I also like to add to what Favor said the other time. He said something about learn their language, learn their culture, and that takes me back to when I was in camp. I camp in Kwara State, and I remember then inside camp, the tribe that dominates Kwara State include Yoruba and Nupe. I think that's the majority of people there. So they took it upon themselves, the camp officials, to teach the Nupes Yoruba.
Wow.
They taught the Nupe Yorubas on the assembly, on the parade ground. And also, even some Yorubas did not really know how to communicate in Yoruba. So they took it upon themselves to teach the Nupes on how to communicate in Yoruba. And the major thing they taught us there was how to communicate, greetings. Because to me, I'm a Yoruba person, but let me just say, as a Nigerian, anywhere we go, even you greet people you don't know.
Yes.
You meet people on the way, you say hi. And this is just normal courtesy that we Nigerians do. So even if you want to ask question or anything, the first thing you do is greeting, hello, hi. But if you don't know the language to communicate with them, there's no way you will be able to do that. So they taught the Nupes how to speak Yoruba and the Yoruba how to speak Nupe. So that wherever you find yourself, yourself posted in, you won't find it difficult to communicate with people. Imagine you want to communicate with a Nupe. There are some Nupes that actually understand Yoruba, but there are some that they don't understand Yoruba at all. Imagine you want to communicate, find yourself in the Nupe community that posted there, and you want to communicate, and you don't even know how to communicate. So how do you want to talk to them? So I think that's something they actually did that's very, very good. It's an opportunity they taught, and I think I kind of give them kudos for doing that.
Oh, that's great.
So, if you could give a new core member posted to where they don't want to be, what advice will you give to them? How will you tell them to bloom where they are posted?
Okay. What my advice is that you don't have to love where you're posted, but you should love the people that are there. You understand what I'm saying? Love people that are there, and see it as an opportunity for you to learn. Don't see it as a punishment. See it as, I'm going to grow. Let it be like a challenge. This place I'm being posted to is not really, I don't really like it, but I'm going to make something out of it. So that's just keep being persistent and be patient. That's just my advice I have for them.
Okay. Thank you. What about you, Manuel?
Thank you. From my own perspective of view, for a newly couple being posted, my advice for the couple is, firstly, don't rush, don't be in an hurry or rush to reject where you've been posted, because for every posting of your PPA, there's tendency of you having a lesson to learn from there, and who knows, probably an opportunity might even open for you. You might, there's this thing that I believe that you might be in a place where it's small, like the place where you are might be small, but don't think your destiny is like below that place. Think like if the place or where you are being posted is looking small, you are aiming higher, but that place shows you a journey that you are starting. And for being for a couple being posted to where he or she wants to be, like posted to where he or she does not want, it might not be of his or her own favor, but take that opportunity, because most of couples generally, will I say 75 or 80%, does not have an experience of working before, because immediately you finished your institution, it was doing few months later you applied for NYSC, so there is no enough experience you have in the world at large. So it's like a journey, like, so take it as an opportunity, because where you are, some people are looking for it, so you might not see that place as what you value, but take it important, and eventually you get a good thing from there.
Thank you very much. That was very, even me, I would say, turn your, like I used to say, turn your struggles into opportunities. Out of 100% core members, 80% does not like where they are posted. But we can turn that struggle into opportunities. I think it will serve as this guiding stone or a stepping stone of your destiny to where you want to be. And I think that's that's the most important thing in life. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
My name is Christiana Salmon, Mrs. State Coordinator, NYSC Lagos. Keep watching Achievement Channel, is a motivational channel.
This is Corpus Can, rising to serve, rising to lead.
What a powerful conversation. Today's episode reminds us that no matter where we are posted, we all have the power to create impact, learn and grow. Your environment may not be perfect, but your attitude can make all the difference. So go ahead and bloom where you are planted. Build connections, gain experience, and let this year shape the best version of you. Thank you for watching Corpus Can. I'm Nofisat Adeyola, reminding you that you can serve, shine, and succeed anywhere you are. Until next time, keep blooming, keep believing, and remember, Corpus Can.
Welcome to the Achievement News on the Achievement Channel, your daily source of positivity in communication, where we don't just report the news, we celebrate achievement, inspire action, and empower you to reach your full potential. We're broadcasting live from our studios at the School of Eloquence in Lagos, Nigeria. Today, we bring you a story of dedication, recognition, and the transformative power of education, a story that truly embodies our motto: achievement is not just a destination, but it's also a journey. For 10 years, Nigerian Breweries PLC, through the Nigerian Breweries Felix Ohiwere Education Trust Fund, has championed the cause of education in Nigeria. The unwavering commitment embodied in the Multina Teacher of the Year competition is a powerful testament to their corporate philosophy of winning with Nigeria. This isn't just corporate social responsibility, it's an investment in the very foundation of our nation's future.
So for the Felix Ohibre Education Trust Fund, the focus has been in supporting the advancement of education in Nigeria through infrastructural investments. We have donated about 471 classrooms already all across Nigeria. Annually, we donate about 5,000 books to students in secondary schools across Nigeria. And we then have the Multina Teacher of the Year competition, where so far in the past 9 years, we have recognized about 241 teachers and 9 winners who have won prizes in terms of infrastructural investments for the schools that they emerge from, such as classroom blocks, auditoriums, a language laboratory from our last winner. And for themselves, they win a grand prize of 6.5 million naira, as well as a capacity building training. We had some go to the University of Manchester, and more recently this year to the Tampere University in Finland.
In the early days, fewer teachers were as aware of the value of the competition as they are today. So you're getting more and more entries. I think one of the very best of the champions is the very first one from way back 10 years ago. We've had many good ones, and each of them have had impact, in their communities, especially given the support that they get from the Felix Ohibre Foundation, the trust that is supporting this process. But really what is important is self-motivated teachers who want to change the world. They are not as many as we'd like to see, but they are phenomenal when you find them. People who literally live the lives of their pupils in order to help them find themselves. And we saw a couple. One terrific one from this year was a gentleman who essentially said that the essence of his life was to, what he used, challenge mathematics, because he wasn't doing so well in it. At the point in time, he said, what the heck? I would challenge mathematics, and went on to become a maths teacher. And a terrific one at that, very creative and all of that. So when you see people like that, you know that there's a future for mankind, And so this is the beauty of this competition, this series, the opportunities that provides to see the depth of humanity in its capacity to transform. The triumph of the human spirit is an amazing thing. Possibilities are infinite, and if you have realized it through this program, participate, get involved, you'll be amazed how you can change the world. I remember the famous Margaret Mead quote, you should never underestimate what a few committed individuals can do to change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has.
Since 1994, the Trust Fund has been building more than just classrooms. They've been building opportunities. Over 420 classrooms, sanitary facilities, and libraries stand as monuments to their dedication, impacting 74 communities across all 6 political zones in Nigeria. And through scholarships, they've opened doors to higher education for countless deserving students.
This project, winning the Multina Teacher of the Year, has totally changed my life, not just my life, the lives of my students, who of course got given the project, which is an English language lab, a digital English language lab, where they've been able to express themselves and see the world as it is, not just having the usual, the la crème la pour. Now they can exhibit some of the things they see on TV. So it's totally changed not just my life, but that of my students, the other teachers. So I want to say a very big thank you to Multina Teacher of the Year, the Felix Ohibre brand. I want to say a very big thank you to Nigerian Breweries for giving us this platform, for making teachers be in spaces that truly matter, and for putting us on tables that we were not called prior to winning this. I want to say this to every teacher out there looking at me thinking, oh, when would this be my turn? I want you to first note that you are the heart of the fulfillment of any education system in the world. You are very important, you are needed, and the world sees and hears you. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but very soon you'll be recognized, and your reward is right here on earth and not in heaven.
This year, the spotlight shines on Ifechukwu of Crown Grace School, Mararaba, Nasarawa State, the winner of the 10th Maltina Teacher of the Year Award. His dedication, his passion, his commitment to his students has earned him a well-deserved 10 million naira prize, and all expenses paid international capacity development training, and a 30 million infrastructure boost for his school. This is not just an award for one teacher, it's an investment in the entire community.
Come on, we have to do this together. Drum roll, please. And the winner is...
Esom Nofu Chidiebube Ifechukwu. Congratulations.
Nasarawa State. Nasarawa State. Nasarawa State.
No wonder he wasn't smiling.
Stand up for the champion.
But the story doesn't just end there. Kehinde from Ogun State and Udo from Akwa Ibom State are also celebrated for their outstanding contributions, receiving 3 million and 2 million naira respectively. And let's not forget the other state champions who also got 1 million naira, demonstrating the depth of talent and dedication within Nigeria's teaching profession. The Maltina Teacher of the Year competition is more than just an award. It's a celebration of the unsung heroes who shape our future. It's a powerful reminder that teachers are the foundation upon which all other professions stand. As Hans would say, from Managing Director of Nigerian Breweries PLC, this initiative is about recognizing teachers for their labor of love and their role in shaping noble human beings.
Teachers are the heart and soul of any country, but especially necessary in the country of Nigeria. We have to make sure that we build, with our children, we build a future that they all deserve. Maltina has been a proud sponsor now for 10 years, going from strength to strength, with lots of engagement. Teachers like it. The government is endorsing this in full. Maltina being a proud sponsor, we're really trying to build and going from strength to strength over the last 10 years. And as far as I'm concerned, the next 10 or maybe the next 100 years to come.
This year's record-breaking participation with 1,300 valid entries and champions from every state underscores the profound impact of this initiative on Nigeria's educational landscape. It's a testament to the dedication, resilience, and unwavering spirit of Nigerian teachers. This is what Achievement News is all about, celebrating the power of human potential, the transformative impact of dedication, and the unwavering belief in a brighter future. The Maltina Teacher of the Year competition is a beacon of hope, a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in education and celebrate those who dedicate their lives to shaping the next generation. This is more than just a news story, it's an inspiration to us all.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. For private coaching in public speaking, call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
At Achievement News, we celebrate stories like this because we believe in empowering you, our viewers, with inspiration and knowledge to fuel your journey to greatness. Don't miss out on our more uplifting stories like this one. Hit the subscribe button on the Achievement channel and join a growing community of dreamers, achievers, and changemakers. Also visit our website at www.achievementchannel.com for more. Teachers inspire, shape, and build the future. The Maltina Teacher of the Year competition is more than an award. It's a movement that uplifts educators, strengthens communities, and empowers the youth. Congratulations to all the winners, and kudos to Nigerian Breweries PLC for championing this transformative vision. At Achievement News, we remind you every achievement begins with a dream and the courage to nurture it. For
Welcome to the maiden episode of Doctor's Orders, the Achievers Prescription, right here on the Achievement Channel. And we are broadcasting from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. My name is Ubong Isen. When I founded this channel over a year ago, one of the things that mattered the most to me as we focused on the quest to inspire people to become more successful, to achieve their dreams and to reach their potentials, had to do with health and well-being. And that was what led to the creation of this program, Doctor's Orders. And the vision of Doctor's Orders is to make sure that consistently there are prescriptions that can guide and support achievers on their determined quest to become even more successful and more accomplished. That is the essence of this program. It is very likely that after this episode, you might not be finding me on this seat anchoring the show, because on the Achievement Channel, we believe in experts leading the conversation, experts serving as anchors. And most likely, in subsequent episodes, you would actually be having two doctors, one as anchor and the other doctor as guests. And that's why this program is called Doctor's Orders, as they embark on the conversation about how achievers can keep their health in tip-top shape as they journey towards outstanding success. Because remember, in your body presently, that is the body you will be spending the rest of your life in. And your quest for success will also be determined by how well you take care of that body. When we come back after this break, I will take you further into what this program epitomizes or what this program represents, and of course, introduce our first guest. More to come.
Welcome to Doctor's Orders, brought to you from Achievement Channel.
Welcome back, Achievers. It's still Doctor's Orders, the Achievers Prescription, and you are still watching the Achievement Channel. Now, this show is dedicated to helping high achievers like you. If you're an executive, a professional, you're an entrepreneur, an athlete, an artist, you name it. Remember, this program is not just about health. It's about giving you the tools, the knowledge, and inspiration to prioritize your well-being as a critical part of your success story. With that said, let's dive into today's topic. Dr. Daniel Olusegun Joseph, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
I know you doctors are used to giving orders. In fact, your prescriptions are like orders.
Right.
And it's a way of you saying to your patients that take this seriously.
Right.
Now I do have a couple of questions I want to ask you with regards to this very important subject matter. But let me start by finding out from you, since this is our maiden episode of this show, how important is health and well-being in the lives of the group of people that this channel caters to, hard chargers, people who are driven by the need to excel, to achieve, who tend to, as you would know from experience, burn the candle at both ends.
Right.
How important is health and well-being, and how important or how more important are doctor's orders?
Okay, fine. Thank you very much once again for having me, and I must say congratulations for such a very brilliant concept. I mean, to educate people. It's very, very important and very nice. How important is our health? Our health is as important as our existence. There is no way you can lead a good, productive life if you don't have sound health. And it is very, very important to the point that, everything around you centers on it. You are here today because your health is up to par. If you are, nursing one ailment or the other, if you were in the hospital, you won't be here, I won't be here. So our health is a major driver, is a currency, really, for, our well-being. Number one, is a currency for our achievements. It's a currency for everything we do, really. And without a good health, without sound health, productivity will be reduced. Not only that, the chances of having very high burden of illnesses, high burden of costs in terms of trying to treat one thing or the other increases. And these are major things in our world. So how important is our health is as important as our existence if we want to make anything meaningful out of life.
So for those who are high achieving, who care about the need to succeed, those who strive daily to build things, maybe they have dreams that they are pursuing in their careers, striving daily to be the very best at what they do, whether it's building a business or pursuing their careers to the very zenith. And you get to meet some of these types of individuals, right, these A types, who care about excelling and being the best at what they do. We couldn't take this order or advice from you more seriously, it seems.
Yeah, fine. You can only achieve and excel if your health, is in agreement with you, so to speak. All right. So, if somebody is battling with a terminal disease, for example, and he has to go in and out of hospital, maybe for blood transfusion, for example, all right, or for chemotherapy or one thing or the other. Yes, he may really, really want to achieve, okay, and he may actually achieve some things, but he will find out that if his health were to be at the optimal, he will achieve more. So, this is extremely important with regards to high achievers. All right. If you want to really, really excel, your health must cooperate with you. And of course, you've got to nurse it well. All right. To make sure that you have a balance of the two, and then you can go for your goal.
So to a very large extent, optimal health can be seen as achievement?
Very well so. If you're nursing something that keeps cutting you down, keeps making you to cancel appointments and things like that, you want to go for example, you want to go for, a speaking engagement, and you wake up in the morning and your body says, oh, come on, I can't go anywhere. Or you start vomiting. You don't want to get there while presenting, you start vomiting. You've got to take care of that. You've got to call the people, call your doctor, and then call the people that you have appointment with. I'm sorry, I can't make this and this and this is happening to me. So, but if your health is, up to par, then you can go. You can deliver your speech, you can do whatever you need to do. So your health is extremely important. To shortchange it is to shortchange ourselves and shortchange our achievements, really.
So from your experience, do you find that a lot of very highly driven individuals shortchange themselves on health matters?
Well, I'll say that before it used to be, but with the increase in information, increase in knowledge and things like that, people are now beginning to find out that, look, I need to take care of my health. I'm sure that you have heard of cases of executives, high performers get to a place and slumps. You're in a board meeting and then you see this man that came in with, a whole of, health, so to speak, of life, and then before you know it, the person slumps. It's not only that the person slumps and dies, the shock, the horrors that it will send round the people that were there. It can only be imagined. The fact is this, I see, a lot of, executives and people like that, when they come, sometimes they call you and they say, please, I need to see you immediately. And you're like, what's going on? And when you eventually, have a time for them, and by the time they start, oh, this is happening, I keep having a headache, this and that and that, and then they will come out and say, well, I've just been driven to come see you because a colleague died yesterday, or a colleague died last week. We were just having a meeting and he slumped and died. And I'm like, wow, what's going on? I've been playing with my health all the while. So this is making people to get serious with their health. But we don't need to get there. Mm-hmm. You don't need to be prompted to seek, sound health or to seek for advice with regards to your health only when you see a tragedy. I mean, we should be, we should take ownership of our health. Okay, we should take ownership. We should be responsible enough to be able to know how to manage our health so that wholesomely we can move on and, be the best version of ourselves. Again, there is this saying that health is wealth. And it's a long, and it's still there. Health is wealth. I mean, if you look at the rising cost of, healthcare services, rising cost of drugs in our society, then you will know that health is really wealth. Okay, so to keep oneself healthy is actually one of the best investments that one can have.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and I have a statement here it was made by Benjamin Franklin. He said, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure."
Definitely.
He was an advocate for healthy habits and proactive wellness.
Definitely.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
Meaning that it's far cheaper to prevent than to cure.
Yeah, okay? I mean, the adage is there for everyone. It's cheaper. Prevention is better. It's not only better, it's cheaper than cure. Right. So, I mean, it just laid it the way it should be. Right. I mean, it may be speaking to intellectuals because, I mean, an ounce and this and that for the very may not be able to catch it. But prevention is better than cure. That's just what they have said. And it is not only better, it's cheaper and it's more rewarding.
It's more rewarding.
Yeah.
And then it makes me wonder why people, especially high flyers, do not take this to heart, and they elevate their quest so highly above their well-being, and forgetting that optimum achievement is indeed tied, from what you said so far,
right,
to optimum health.
Right.
As far as we are concerned as human beings.
Yeah.
So what could be responsible for that? Is it that the need to be so successful becomes so intense and overwhelming that high achievers end up giving so much more of themselves without caring? Could that be the reason?
I think so. I think there are some people that, the passion of I need to get this done, I need to do this, I need to achieve this, consumes them, and then, they just relegate their health. Some people feel that they are machines in quote, but we are not machines.
Superman.
Yeah, supermen and superwomen. Yeah, but we are not. We just need to tell ourselves the truth. We're humans. I mean, you go 4 days, 2 days, 3 days without sleep, or just barely having 1 hour, 2 hours of sleep, and then you try to keep yourself active. You douse this, you take coffee, you do this. Your body will still demand from you that stuff. If you don't give it, your body will break down. All right, it's good. I mean, it's just natural. And that is why we need to focus. Yeah, nobody's saying that don't go for what you have to do. I mean, everybody should, should be diligent. I mean, it's no brainer that you should, push, you should do all those, but shouldn't be at the expense of your health. For example, somebody wants to go for a meeting. You know that you're going for a 3 days meeting or a 4 days meeting. You pack everything you need to pack and you forget your drugs. And you're hypertensive, you're diabetic. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Or the person is traveling for a week and you forget your drugs. And instead of getting those drugs when he or she gets there, he goes for all the meetings. He refuses to take the drugs. And then maybe the last day, here comes stroke knocking or heart attack knocking. And then someone will say, oh, and he was full of life. Yeah, he was full of life to the extent of, being responsible to maintain that life. It's what you cultivate that will grow and will blossom. If we don't cultivate our health, it cannot blossom. And if there's something wrong with the health, there can be something wrong with every other thing. Because we are alive because of our health. Right? Now, if the health begins to ebb in quality, that person begins to die. It may not die instantly, it may not be, sudden death, but that person also, the quality of life begins to, depreciate, diminish, and the productivity, the achievement also reduces. He can delegate, fine, but the things he wants to do personally, he may not be able to do them. Okay, so it's extremely important. Yeah, high achievers, it's good, but please don't neglect your health. I've had a lot of patients that will say, oh, I forgot my drugs. In fact, what I tell patients is, if you are traveling, make sure you go with an extra 1 month, because you never, look at what happened during 2020 COVID-19. You're shut down. Anything can happen. You may not come back the day you want to. Maybe, oh, we need to do this, and you have to be there. And you are like, okay, you know what? I'm going to shift my journey by a week, by 2 weeks. If you have only taken the ones that you need for what you have proposed, now you have to add 2 weeks to it. What are you going to do? One of two things is, either you will not take those drugs, which are not good, or you'll go by, okay? And if you go out of the shores of our country, what you're going to be buying, at the rate you're going to be buying, will be extremely higher. All right.
That's the price you pay.
That's the price you pay for being nonchalant. Right.
Fantastic. I think one of the things I would like us to discuss, we're going to go on a break shortly. So one of the things I'd like us to discuss, we still have the crux of our conversation, which has to do with how we manage immunity during these challenging and stressful times. What I would like us to quickly take a stab at is what attitudes we need to form to change this mindset of always relegating our health and well-being to the background. What needs to change in the world, in the ecosystem of hard-charging, well-driven, achievement-centric human beings who care about building empires, achieving great things, achieving their goals, reaching their fullest potential, but for some reasons pay a price, use their health and well-being as mortgage to secure their dreams. Can we achieve some balance? And I'd like you to hold on to that thought in terms of your response. When we come back, I'll take your thinking on that. Then we shall discuss further on immunity. All right, achievers, doctors' orders. We'll be right back after this break.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our tactical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. It's still Doctor's Orders here on the Achievement Channel. And I've been having this very meaningful, insightful, and impactful conversation with Dr. Akinsoya Olusegun Joseph from the Lagos University Teaching Hospital. Welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
And I was trying to find out from you, what is responsible for this disconnect between the overwhelming quest for dreams and goals and achievements at the expense of health and well-being, and what needs to change? Because this is going to be your doctor's orders to high-achieving people who seem to be so consumed by wanting to build their empires, by wanting, like Alexander the Great, to think that how do I put it down? To think that a whole, let me borrow the Nigerian expression, a whole Alexander the Great, from what we've read, historical accounts, died as a result of malaria. If I'm correct, doctor. Think about it. A young man that had achieved so much, conquered the whole world, and wept for more worlds to conquer. And it took malaria to send him to his grave. And yet, he had so much potential to do more. That should be warning bells to high achievers. How do you speak to such individuals to never mortgage well-being for accomplishment, to strike that balance?
Fine. So the first thing I will say is prioritize your health. It is extremely important. You are drawing from it to do whatever you have to do. It's like, your account, you're drawing from it. All right. So, if you don't have an holistic view of it, and a holistic grasp of it, you can allow it to slip by. So we need to prioritize our health. And when we say prioritize our health, whatever is going on, you need to keep thinking about your health. All right? There are people that they're not feeling too well. Today it's headache, tomorrow is this, the next time is this, and they don't want to go see the doctor. They won't even check their blood pressure. And these are very simple things that can be done.
And vital too.
Yeah. And then this person will just say, no, we're going for this, we're doing this, we're doing that. And before you know it, something will just crumble and everything is suspended. Everything is grounded. Sometimes it can lead to fatality, and then people begin to cry, oh, he was a nice man, or he was a nice woman. But he neglected or she neglected her health. So we need to prioritize our health. And what I mean by that is this: while you're doing everything you need to do, whatever will help you to maximize your health, you've got to give to it. So number one, you've got to eat well-balanced diet, not junks. A lot of people take junks because they don't have the time to sit down and take very healthy meals. The order for this is either meat pie or this, processed food and all of that, and then the sodas. We need to de-emphasize this. Many people, it will surprise you, don't take water. All right, they're on the go. They just feel that, I've not eaten today, I need some energy. Can you get me this soft drink? Can you get me this? Can you get me 5 Alive? Can you get me this and that? Meanwhile, we can actually do this. We can get these things fresh ourselves. Now, a lot of people talk about the fact that our forefathers, where even at old age, they're still very strong. Why is it that some patients will come to me and say, doctor, I'm just 60 and my father is almost stronger than I am? Okay, your father did not live your kind of life. More.
Your father too did not accomplish.
Yeah, your father did not. Yeah, your father. Very true. We need to strike the balance. Your father did not accomplish as much as you've done, but your father, did not live your kind of life. All right, in the sense that there's room for rest when it is needed. Okay, there's room for adequate rest. There's room for bonding with the family. There's room for a lot of things that we take as leisure nowadays. All right, so we need to prioritize our health, and we need to look at what we eat, what we drink. We need to give emphasis to rest. Not that you should those kind of people won't lazy around anyway, but you should still give time for rest. Sleep is extremely important. It resets our body. Some people don't have time for it. We need to do that. We need to make sure that anyone that is treating one medical condition or the other, make sure you give it some attention. In short, give it the utmost attention. If you are hypertensive, please check your vitals and take your drugs regularly. If you are diabetic, same thing, check your blood sugar and take your drugs, and abstain from things that will make the control to go bizarre. Okay, these are things that we need to do. And then go for your regular checks, the annual checks. Go for it. Discuss with your doctor. Very, very important. These are things we need to do. And then you need to exercise. Many people don't have time for it anymore. I'm trying to to carve out 5 minutes for myself. No, exercise, it's not for me. But
what about those whose work day by day carries sufficient activeness?
Right.
Do those ones still need to exercise?
Fine. So those who have a lot of activities in it, stress hormones are there to put your body, to put it under pressure, so to speak, under more pressure other than the physical activity. So instead of you benefiting maximally from your physical activity and your physical exertion, it will be reduced by the intertwine or the interplay of the stress hormones.
Well, that's quite revealing, and I think I have to make some changes personally, because I've often reasoned that if I'm very active at work day by day, it should de-emphasize the fixation on actually going out to do exercises. But now I see that there's a difference in terms of the stress factor that goes with while working and staying active, and the more relaxed
type
that goes with actually the leisurely dimension to it, where you get into a gym or you actually exercise using some of those equipment, making out time for yourself to sort of recreate while you work out.
Right.
That's quite something to take. Now let's move on with... All right, thank you very much for that, Doctor. Now before you leave, this is a very important question, and I know we will have an exclusive episode to discuss it in totality, but let's just hear from you of how... What's the question again? My head is... How we can boost... I want to catch it very well. How can we boost our immunity and stay healthy during this stressful time? Okay. So let's hear from you about how we can boost our immunity. I'm talking about high achievers. And stay healthy in these stressful times. And we are in very stressful times, especially in this country. And the stress or the stressors, I hope I'm right to use that word, the stressors are becoming more and more significant, especially for high achievers who see themselves pushing even harder this time in these moments in order to achieve their goals. How can we boost our immunity, or how can high achievers boost their immunity and stay healthy? Your 3 take-homes, your 3 orders, Doctor.
All right, fine. So I'll say number 1, make sure you eat healthy. You become what you eat. Make sure you eat healthy. And that is talking about, the balance that we were taught in our biology and the rest, with more emphasis on fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
A lot of people don't do that. And then we need to de-emphasize the intake of sodas, of processed food, processed meal, and all of those. We need to de-emphasize them. All right? So instead of going for the pizzas, the this, the that, high calorie, high fat diet and co, we de-emphasize them and go for very healthy meals.
Okay.
Very, very important.
That's one.
2, we need to make room for exercise. We need to exercise. There is no way out of it. You want to be healthy, you want to stay, refreshed and cool. Give some time for exercise. Number 3, you need to rest. Okay. I know that is very difficult to prescribe to somebody who say, I've not done this, I've not
Super
done
driven people.
Yeah, but you need to rest. Because really, if the body breaks down, sometimes it just recoils and you're like, you are hoping and praying, let me survive this, let me survive this. You can imagine somebody who, right in the middle of something, suffers a stroke and then loses one. You can imagine the trouble.
That's the end of all the dreams, all the quests to achieve greatness.
If he's able to survive it, fine. But then there will be damage.
Damage, that's right.
So please let us do that. Balanced diet.
Balanced diet, exercise and rest. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Doctor. I am sure those orders will be taken to heart by all of our wonderful high-achieving men and women watching the Achievement Channel. And we truly appreciate your coming to the show. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you very
me.
much. Really a pleasure.
Thank you.
There you have it. Those are your doctor's orders. This is the Achievement Channel. we do not take health and well-being for granted. It is a serious issue, very important in the total quest towards success and high accomplishment. Remember them, and God willing, next time when we come back, you get to learn a lot more to keep your health optimal in order to achieve at the highest possible level. My name is Ubong Essien, Nigeria's Mr. Motivator, asking you to please stay healthy.
Hello, Lagos. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and this is Achievement Channel. Today we are out in the bustling commercial district here in Lagos to talk about a skill we all use daily, whether we realize it or not, and that is communication. From the boardroom to the busy marketplace, public speaking shapes how we interact with one another, how we carry out business transactions, and how we connect between one person to the other, whether we realize it or not. I am out here in the bustling city of Lagos to field questions from everyday Lagosians on how they utilize the instruments of public speaking to get their jobs done on a daily basis.
Actually, I'm not really good in public speaking, but I have a lot of people that are into such. Actually, in bringing to public speaking, it helps us to understand things that we don't really understand. It helps us to achieve what we have already, but we don't know how to get it. For instance, you have a money, and you don't know how to move into a business. In public speaking, it helps you to give you an opinion, an idea on how to invest, how to sort out issues, how to get an opinion, how to be counsel on, especially on marriage issues, on business, and also in other lifestyles or something. That was some time ago. I could remember at Ozumbadiwe, there was somebody that walked up to me. No, he didn't really walk up to me. He was asking for a help. So he has a car, but he told me that his car broke down, so he don't have money to fix it. And we were like 3 boys there, nobody want to come over it. So when I came into the matter, I tried to find out what that man needed. He said he has a car, but he doesn't have any cash to buy fuel. So I have to help him because he didn't address it in a way somebody can understand it. So bringing it to public speaking, I could now be able to interfere with my friends that we were sitting in the car. Please, this man is a responsible man. I think for him to have such a situation, you need to help him, even though we don't know who he is. Even though that in the country we are, so many things are going wrong, that helping somebody becomes a way of committing a crime. You help somebody and the person turns out to become somebody that brings problem. So after narrating these issues to them, and I was able to transfer that money to his account. But not just that alone, that happened after some years back. I did it at Zumbadiwe. The same man was the person that drive me. Sometimes I didn't know. So I think if there are some people who have words, but they cannot speak. And as a Christian, I'm meant to speak for those who are speechless and help those who are helpless and help those who are weak to be strong. So bringing it to public speaking, it helps to solve issues. It helps to create awareness. It helps to, help people out of their need by balancing what they need in words.
Well, public speaking, number one, it has been a very good avenue to improve your product. You hear me now? to have a very strong background of your business. You know, because by hearing from the public, you need to know your weak point, your area of success, and the next step to do, so that you can be able to aspire high in your business, your daily activities on your business. Well, on my own part, I have a very small distance. I remember by the time I want to start, I had to invite a lot of people to come and look at the environment, so that I can be able to know what tests I can be able to display in that very place. And that it has been of great help to me and useful to my business, my own personal business.
So did you achieve your aim using that public speaking?
Yes, I'm able to achieve my aim.
What was the outcome?
Well, the outcome is, I think it's yielding profit. Yeah, it's yielding profit. Like in the area of farming, yielding profit. Like the area of the shops I have, it's yielding profit. And things are moving on fine.
The importance of the public speaking is very, 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 very crucial. Very, very, if you know how to handle your speech in the public, my dear brothers and sisters, who are looking at me at this moment, you don't have any problem. You need to be polite to everybody with humility. So it's very, very important. In fact, in my congregation, in my area of work, I normally, because the way I address people made them to like me, made them, even though there's a problem, they will ask, hey, Baba, come, this is what is going on. And by the grace of God, when I get there, the matter will be settled.
So tell me one of those instances.
Thank you very much. That was last year. There are some boys in my area. They want to foment trouble. Does that mean with the header of the area? But immediately, I come out of my car. Excuse me, what is happening here? What is happening here? Say, Baba, come and tell me what is going on. All these headers are doing this. Still may be polite. Wait. When I speak to them, the young one, they all A-laws, at the end of the day, they are very cold. When if there's any problem at all, they will call on me. Baba, come, see what is going on. No, immediately I talk to them, the matter will be set.
How important is public speaking to you?
I will put it this way. I told you I'm a comrade, and one of the importance of public speaking, like you rightly said, is how to communicate with the public. That's with people, be it commercial, be it private, be it products you sell, even in school. And as you know, since we pass through the four way of life, as in education and life as a whole, you have to speak out. Even if you want to get a job, you have to network and you speak to people. It's also part of public speaking. So I think public speaking is very important, especially for those who want to venture into public position like politics. Yeah. And also if you want to also grow in your organization, you have to speak. And when you speak to your colleague, your staff, your subordinate, or those around you, is also public speaking. Yes, I not too far ago, but let me say like 3 years or 4 years ago, I remember when I wanted to contest for the second time as a union rep. I won because of my public speaking, because I have to address the house, they have to ask me questions, and because of the confidence I have in speaking, they have to re-elect me as a second time out to be their rep. So this is one of the importance of public speaking. When you speak and you speak with confidence, you see people want to vote you. And let me portray further. Towards the election we just passed through, when you look at the three candidates, one of the instruments the Labour Party used is the way he speaks. When he speaks with confidence, he gives you some data which could clarify the public, and with that, the people entrust him with the leadership position. It's so unfortunate that the Nigerian play him and he couldn't get there, but these are some of the importance of public speaking.
To me, what I understand by public speaking is an act of informing people, letting people know about a particular thing, attending a program, and then maybe you are asked to give a presentation or you are asked to make a speech. You go out there and you present your speech or you make your statements based on the topic maybe, or any area or any subject that has been given to you to talk on or speak on. So that's what I understand by public speaking. My personal experience is that it has helped me. It has made me more courageous. That made me bold, because when you stand to speak in the midst of people that you don't know, that came from different backgrounds, from different places, they have different orientation, and then you being able to rise to speak before them or with them, it helps in giving you self-esteem. So.
Okay, public speaking basically is something that we cannot do without. Very important, and the importance of public speaking can never be overstated, because without it, you cannot actually influence people to do certain things. Okay, for example, you need that attribute, to actually command people's obedience to what you actually want them to do per time, and so you cannot actually do without it. It's very important. Very well, a lot of them, but I think I'm going to go with this one. When I was in my 100 level year 1 in the university, there was this issue we had. We had actually paid for a particular thing, our ID card, and at a certain point, the cost rep came again and said we are asked to pay again, and then I told them, no, we cannot pay twice. But then all along, they were able to, they got to pay this money, and after 1, 2, 3 months, the ID cards were not forthcoming. The university ID card came, and the one that we paid for didn't come for. So I have to use this skill called public speaking to actually influence my fellow students, to make them see that, okay, they have been, duped by the faculty officer and the course rep in connivance, to deprive them of their money. And so, but then we can take up this matter, we can get this money back, and actually maybe get both of them punished. And so I start, by, getting some of them to understand that, okay, this is actually not good. We are fresh law students, and by that, we should protest our rights. So I stood up, get a handful of them on my side, and called a meeting in the classroom. They stood up and spoke to them at length. And at the end of the day, all of them bought the idea, and we went to the dean of the faculty, presented the matter before him, and he was shocked. And he backed us up, and before you know it, the faculty officer was removed because of that. So public speaking is very, very key. In fact, if you are able to fight the straight things like stage frights and all of that, you'll be confident. You will be able to make up your sentences in a manner that is very persuasive. That's one attribute of a good public speaker. You must be persuasive. You must be straight to the point. You must be short and concise as well. Well, in the courtroom, all we do is talk, and you must be able to persuade the judge, to convince him that your case is believable. Otherwise, you'll not be able to, win any case at all. And, the court is a public place. Anybody can come, even those who don't have matter in court can come and, see what's going on in court. So you must have that boldness, that confidence in you that, yes, okay. My lecturer once told me that as a lawyer, if it's possible to assemble the whole world together, a lawyer should be able to speak to them confidently without, shaking or sweating in his pants. So, in the courtroom every day, so what we see, your opponent will talk, you will talk, and whoever's argument is better, the court, will be swayed that way.
Now, from the streets to the marketplace, it is clear that communication is key to navigating the challenges in Lagos life. Whether in bargaining a business transaction in what we do, or giving directions at the busy streets, it is clear that how we speak makes the difference in all we do. I am Oyin Krumale, and from all of us at the Achievement Channel, we are saying that strong communication is the foundation to success.
Speak with power.
Hello and welcome to the maiden episode of Speak with Power, the program that teaches you everything you need to know about public speaking. Speak with Power is brought to you by the School of Eloquence, Nigeria's home of public speaking, where we teach people how to speak well in public. This program is designed to educate you, to inspire you, and to challenge you with reference to the art of public speaking. Many people from various walks of life grapple with this all too important skill. There are people who work for organizations, people involved in sales, people in politics, people who are in the social enterprise sector, and in various other endeavors. When it's time to be heard, when it's time to take the stage, they struggle, they wobble, and in most cases, they fail. This program will unbundle the subject matter and demystify what public speaking is all about. This program will also show you the tips, the techniques, and of course the stories of ordinary people like you and I who have stepped up to the plate, and because they have learned how to speak in public, they have carved a niche for themselves. My name is Uba Ogisiede, certified speaking professional and the Dean of the School of Eloquence, and I will be your host throughout this program. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll begin the eloquence journey. For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking because it's a major problem. The essence of this course is to focus you on the subject of public speaking.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back. The program is still Speak with Power, where we teach you everything public speaking. You might be a politician, a classroom teacher, a businessman, an engineer, whatever field of human endeavor you find yourself in. You could even be a traditional ruler or part of the clergy. The truth is, sooner or later, you'll be asked to get up in front of people and speak in public. On the program today, we've got a drama skit for you titled The Bland Ambassador. You'll be amazed when this skit comes up, what happens to celebrities when they fail to speak well in public. From the drama skit, we'll hit the road to hear from Nigerians why they fear public speaking. Next will be Inside Masterclass. In the masterclass, you'll find me teaching professionals how they can master this all too important subject matter. And then our guest today on the Eloquence Journey segment tells us how she became a chief executive and how public speaking helped her to rise from nothingness to a position of prominence. So sit tight and let's enjoy the show.
Ladies and gentlemen,
embraced different types of artists. Artists.
Come on for there, you know even sabi English.
Nah, your speech. Anyways, Oasis is the first of its kind to wanting to take entertainment to the next level. Big shout out to Oasis. Peace. Thank you.
Is that the celeb you were talking about? The one you want to present our new brand, Zeus, in luxurious perfume? No. This is unacceptable. I suggest you pick another person. This will not fly. It's embarrassing.
I'm surprised at this myself. So disappointing. I thought it would be of a good performance, but it cannot be our ambassador. We have to look for another ambassador for our project. I will personally inform the management about our decision. No, it's so disappointing.
I'll do that as fast as possible.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking Thursdays and Fridays every week. To register or for one-on-one coaching, call 0802 303 2066 0706 160 6078 or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
If you look at how Wikipedia describes public speaking, it says it is a process of speaking to a group of people in a structured, deliberate manner intended to either inform, influence, or persuade or entertain. Because when you're influencing people, you're persuading them. It goes further to say that the purpose of public speaking can range from simply transmitting information to motivating people to act, to simply telling a story. But here is the catch. He says good orators, good speakers, that is, should be able to change the emotions of their listeners and not just inform them. I started out by saying that all of the contexts, all of the various scenarios in public speaking can be surmised as just simply creating a human experience, because people can recollect what you said, how you said it, and then they can connect with it in some ways that gives you credit. However, whether we are speaking to inform or speaking to influence, which is also speaking to persuade or speaking to entertain, one key principle underlines all of speaking. If that speaking is going to be result oriented, and that principle is the eloquence principle. If your speaking is going to be result oriented, you must be eloquent. How will we know that you are eloquent? Eloquence rests on two legs. The two key ingredients that you must know, you must be able to clearly delineate, and which if you do, you can categorically say that you are eloquent. Now the first of the two legs is effectiveness. To be effective. To be effective simply means that the people you're speaking to get what it is that you're speaking about. They understand it, they have a very good appreciation of what you are speaking about. They get it. You might see that in their nodding. It's dawning on them. The facts, the gravity, the intent, the seriousness, the ramifications of what you're saying. It's clear in their mind's eyes. It's not ambiguous. It's not mixed up in any way. It's definite. And so they get it. And that makes you the speaker effective. That is the first leg. A lot of people, when they speak, you find it difficult to even understand what is it or what it is they are talking about. You're asking yourself, so what is he saying? What is she saying? They've been speaking for the past 30 minutes, and those 30 minutes seem like an eternity. That's why I tell the people, so what are you trying to say? Have you ever found yourself in that situation? Someone goes on rambling, and then you cut it and say, okay, so what is the gist? What are you trying to say? And they keep going, all I'm simply trying to say. They ramble and ramble, they go around in circles, they keep going, and then eventually, because you've nudged them, you've pushed them, you want to extract what is the point of these 30 minutes. What is the essence of your being in front of us to give this narration? It must be clear. If you are in sales, people must get what it is, the value proposition you're bringing to the customer or to that prospect. If you're in health and safety, like you talked about, as you communicate, people must get the reason why they need to comport themselves in a certain manner. If there's a zebra crossing in the environment, there are some places that are marked with certain colors, and you have to walk down a particular path in order to get to where you're going. It must be clear that it's for your safety, it's for your well-being. We want you to leave this place the same way you came in one piece, that is. One reason why you get a lot of these agitations when you're communicating things that tend to carry an air of command to people, especially in a health, safety, environment situation, is because people don't get it. People don't get it. They don't get what it is that is being communicated. They feel they are being belittled. Most times it's because the first leg of eloquence fails. When such people come in and you're able to let them know, sir, as you know, this environment is littered with a lot of danger based on our operations and the logistical activity going on in here. Sometimes there could be equipment movement without notice. And because we want to prevent any unmitigated disaster, we have some safety procedures for your safety. They are precautionary, but it's because we want to be proactive. So based on that, everyone that comes in has to pass through this route for safety, for your safety. But when they show up and say, okay, we have a few safety tips. First, when you come in, go this way, go that way, go this way. What you're doing, you're just reading out. You're reading out data, and that data is lifeless as far as that audience is concerned.
Welcome to Speak with Power. Have you ever been to outings or events and people are being called upon to speak and they could not speak? The people who are being perceived as confident, all-powerful, they are being called upon to give a remark or two. And they can't. They become fidgety, they become sweaty, they become nervous, they become marshmallows, so to speak. Here I am today on the streets in Lagos, asking of people's opinion on why they think people are afraid of public speaking. My name is Damilola. Welcome again to Speak with Power. Ma, why do you think that people are scared of public speaking? Why do you think they're afraid of speaking in public?
In my opinion, I would say people are scared because basically the number one thing on ground, I think it's the root cause of it, because they are not people are not educated, they are not enlightened, and they are scared because not everyone can express he or herself. And so when you tend to ask people to talk, it's not everybody that really has that courage, that charisma, that self-esteem to come out and really speak or say their minds about things they know.
I think it's all about state of mind.
and stage fright. What I understand about public speaking is that every human being has stage fright. Every human being has stage fright. But what you have to do is to work on it. Then, after working on it, one of the clues in which you can have confidence in speaking in public is to have the knowledge of what you are speaking about, and be confident. So when you have the knowledge of what you are talking about, when you want to talk about it, will boost your confidence. They say that preparation is the mother of confidence. So if you are well prepared, you will have confidence, then you will deliver.
Some people are afraid of speaking in the public because of shyness. Another thing is not being bold enough to face the crowd, to face public. Because you know, when you are speaking to a group of people, you'll be having what they call eye contact, and some people used to feel shy when they have eye contact with people, and some people are not composed. If you are not composed, you cannot speak to the public.
Anxiety, people are anxious, people are shy, people are unprepared, people are scared, nervous. Could be a combination of so many things.
They don't have this boldness spirit. Some people are very scared. They even in the midst of their family, they can't talk more about public where people are. So to me, maybe they are not bold enough.
Maybe they don't have confidence in themselves, you know, or that's what I call it. They don't have confidence in themselves, and they feel shy, you know, to speak in public. Maybe to upbringing. You know, most students of nowadays, they don't like coming out to express themselves, and we as the parents, we don't encourage our kids to, you know, to be outspoken, you know, to express themselves either in the public, at home.
Everybody is trying to cover their kind of identity, because if they don't do that, if they go out or say anything that is against any other person in the public, they will definitely have to pay for it in one way or the other. This is Nigeria.
People are afraid of public speaking because, you know, in Nigeria, our own country is a place that if you speak the truth, either the law enforcement agents or whatever, they can come, you know, against you. So that is why a lot of people, when you ask them questions in public, they avoid a lot of things.
Most people are scared of camera, are scared of facing the camera, and also inferiority complex, you know. So there are so many of them that they are just scared of crowd.
So there it is, you've heard it all. Join us again for another interesting episode of Speak with Power. Speak with Power was brought to you by the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking. Bye-bye!
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking at 47B Oduduwa Crescent, GRA Ikeja, Lagos. Classes hold Thursdays and Fridays every week. To register or for one-on-one coaching, call 0802 303 2066 0706 160 6078 or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
My name is Kofi Idowu-Noel, also known as Kofi the Guru, beast of comedy, Nigeria's most versatile entertainer, comedian, actor, singer, producer, entrepreneur, and a responsible human being. My first time on stage was not just a wake up, take a mic and go in front of an audience. We started very small, which is what I tell young people, start very small. You know, when you're in the midst of your friends that you play with, your confidence level is normal. And they are the first clients and the last clients. Take note of that statement. Your friends that you started with in a small gathering are your first clients, and then they are your last clients. By the fading days of your career, there are still the ones around that will still say, oh yeah, You're an old man then, or you'll be fooling yourself in front of the young generation that will be like, what's wrong with this old man? But those your friends, because they know the story of how you started in that small parlor with them. From there, gradually to the point where you now face the confidence level grew. It was not just wake up one day, there's this crowd in front of you, then you go and meet them and crack a joke. And then because I trained as a stage actor, facing the audience with your lines in your head, you had no choice but to deliver. There was nothing like take two. It's not a camera recording. It's not Nollywood. It's stage. So the combination of training as a stage actor and then having had experience from little gatherings just made it easy for me to stand in front of anybody as a comedian, as a public speaker, whatever I wanted to do in front of people. 1,000 people, one person, it doesn't matter to me. But what is in my head to give to the person, I bring it on board and I deliver it. No fright. I've never had a stage fright, never. Before, during, or after the show, never. First things first, to get out of the inability to confront an audience is to be friends with the audience. Most people don't understand that they are the audience. You have this thing in your head you want to tell somebody, a total stranger that has never met you. They don't know you. So first things first, you have to befriend them. That's why you see when comedians come on stage, area, how that day now? It's a gradual cajole and build up. But because we're used to the formal ways of presentation in public, good morning ladies and gentlemen, it just makes it flat. Comedians don't do good morning ladies and gentlemen. We go a bit more personal. That's why you see some comedians who just go, hey bros, how you doing? I see your head. They're just trying to warm up and be friends. So the first way to kill that phobia is to be friends with the people you want to speak with. That way, all barriers, all walls come down. When they see you as one of us, then they are ready, they are listening. You won't even know when you start flowing like a stream. You want to get done and they're like, no, it's not time for you to go yet. Continue, don't stop. Because they now feel that, this is our guy, he's talking. So, there should be no phobia if the audience... Do you know you speak easily in front of your family? So that's it. Make them your family. That's the only way. The audience should be your family, not a customers. Customers are total strangers who walk on by. But for an audience that needs to hear you over and over again, they have to be family. But when it comes to public speaking, though some is scripted, but it has to be applicable to certain subject matters. Now in entertainment, there is a lot to talk about. There is a lot to deal on. And then of course, most entertainers are not so eloquent enough to express themselves when it comes to public speaking. Some entertainers, when you watch their interviews, you will be shocked at their diction and their thought processes. You know, first things first, we think in our mother tongue. Okay, but because English is our major expression, except you were born and raised speaking English and thinking in English, I would think first in Yoruba, then apply it. Some persons would think first in Pidgin, then apply it. But because entertainment is generally accepted with a certain lingua, you're supposed to express yourself proficiently in that lingua. Okay, so the only way in entertainment where we can marry public speaking with what we do is to train people in the act of speaking thoughtfully, not only in their thought process, their mother tongue, but for the benefit of the job itself. You need to be able to express yourself in such a way that it carries you as an upright entertainer. It places you right. I want to listen to Katy Perry now. I will not just hear some trashy talk. There's a way, even if she's caught in a drama, there's a way she's going to use words to pull herself out of that drama. But if it was a Nigerian with the same scenario, he would dust it off by just... because he doesn't understand the perception of using language well. to express himself, to cover up defects. We just speak, and then we make slangs out of everything. We make games out of everything, jokes out of everything. We just, see the be now. My people are not the be now. So. And they're like, actually, what I'm asking is, now my sister. Next question. And so we need a lot of entertainers to understand that there is need to enhance your thought processes for the sake of public speaking in entertainment, not just to entertain, but the way I speak, people sometimes I arrogantly say it at interviews. I just want you people to know that I'm very enlightened and educated. I say it with confidence. When I'm talking, people can tell that, oh, there's a difference between this guy and some other entertainers. I don't just use words. I use expressions that tell of depth and value. Okay, most entertainers, their value is in their craft, and they leave it at that. They don't emancipate themselves for the act of the public. They just do that into the work and let it go. When it now comes to the interview, they just feel it's the same thing that was in the work that has to be, it's two different worlds. They don't know. Public image presentation is different from my work in public. This is not Kofi the comedian. This is Kofi the public presentation person. I'm sending myself to the public as an eloquent and thoughtful person right now.
Yes.
But then when you pay me to come and crack jokes, I enter the element of Kofi that will be the comedian. So they need to understand these differences. It might be hard for them to want to go back to school, but then you can get training from like this place.
I hope you've enjoyed today's episode of the program Speak with Power, and you can now see how important it is that public speaking be taken seriously in order to avoid the embarrassment faced by the bland ambassador. If you've enjoyed the program, remember that you can also learn the skill, and at the School of Eloquence, we offer you all of the opportunities you require to learn the skill, to practice the skill, and to advance in your use of the skill of public speaking. Till I see you next time, I leave you with the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson when he said, "Speech is power. Speech is to persuade. Speech is to compel, and speech is to convert." The stage is yours. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Mrs. Imelda Hunosuji. You can call me Madam Modesty. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
Welcome to the maiden episode of Doctor's Orders, the Achiever's Prescription, right here on the Achievement Channel. And we are broadcasting from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. My name is Ubong Iseng. When I founded this channel over a year ago, one of the things that mattered the most to me as we focused on the quest to inspire people to become more successful, to achieve their dreams and to reach their potentials, had to do with health and well-being. And that was what led to the creation of this program, doctor's orders. And the vision of doctor's orders is to make sure that consistently there are prescriptions that can guide and support achievers on their determined quest to become even more successful and more accomplished. That is the essence of this program. It is very likely that after this episode, you might not be finding me on this seat anchoring this show, because on the Achievement Channel, we believe in experts leading the conversation, experts serving as anchors. And most likely, in subsequent episodes, you would actually be having two doctors, one as anchor and the other doctor as guests. And that's why this program is called Doctor's Orders, as they embark on the conversation about how achievers can keep their health in tip-top shape as they journey towards outstanding success. Because remember, in your body presently, that is the body you will be spending the rest of your life in. And your quest for success will also be determined by how well you take care of that body. When we come back after this break, I will take you further into what this program epitomizes or what this program represents. And of course, introduce our first guest. More to come.
Welcome to Doctor's Orders, brought to you from Achievement Channel.
Welcome back, Achievers. It's still Doctor's Orders, the Achiever's Prescription, and you are still watching the Achievement Channel. Now, this show is dedicated to helping high achievers like you. If you're an executive, a professional, you're an entrepreneur, an athlete, an artist, you name it. Remember, this program is not just about health. It's about giving you the tools, the knowledge, and inspiration to prioritize your well-being as a critical part of your success story. With that said, let's dive into today's topic. Dr. Daniel Olusegun Joseph, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
I know you doctors are used to giving orders. In fact, your prescriptions are like orders.
Right.
And it's a way of you saying to your patients that take this seriously.
Right.
Now I do have a couple of questions I want to ask you with regards to this very important subject matter. But let me start by finding out from you, since this is our maiden episode of this show, how important is health and well-being in the lives of the group of people that this channel caters to, hard chargers, people who are driven by the need to excel, to achieve, who tend to, as you would know from experience, burn the candle at both ends.
Right.
How important is health and well-being, and how important, or how more important, are doctor's orders?
Okay, fine. Thank you very much once again for having me, and I must say congratulations for such a very brilliant concept. I mean, to educate people. It's very, very important and very nice. How important is our health? Our health is as important as our existence. There is no way you can lead a good, productive life if you don't have sound health. And it is very, very important to the point that, everything around you centers on it. You are here today because your health is up to par. If you are, nursing one ailment or the other, if you were in the hospital, you won't be here, I won't be here. So our health is a major driver, is a currency, really, for, our well-being. Number one, is a currency for our achievements. It's a currency for everything we do, really. And without a good health, without sound health, productivity will be reduced. Not only that, the chances of having, very high burden of, illnesses, high burden of costs in terms of trying to treat one thing or the other increases. And these are major things in our world. So how important is our health is as important as our existence if we want to make anything meaningful out of life.
So for those who are high achieving, who care about the need to succeed, those who strive daily to build things. Maybe they have dreams that they are pursuing in their careers, striving daily to be the very best at what they do, whether it's building a business or pursuing their careers to the very zenith. And you get to meet some of these types of individuals, these A types, who care about excelling and being the best at what they do. We couldn't take this order or advice from you more seriously, it seems.
Yeah, fine. You can only achieve and excel if your health, is in agreement with you, so to speak. All right. So, if somebody is battling with a terminal disease, for example, and he has to go in and out of hospital, maybe for blood transfusion, for example, all right, or for chemotherapy or one thing or the other. Yes, he may really, really want to achieve, okay, and he may actually achieve some things, but he will find out that if his health were to be at the optimal, he will achieve more. So, this is extremely important with regards to high achievers. All right. If you want to really, really excel, your health must cooperate with you. And of course, you've got to nurse it well. All right. To make sure that you have a balance of the two, and then you can go for your goal.
So to a very large extent, optimal health can be seen as achievement?
Very well so. If you're nursing something that keeps cutting you down, keeps making you to cancel appointments and things like that, you want to go for example, you want to go for, a speaking engagement, and you wake up in the morning and your body says, oh, come on, I can't go anywhere. Or you start vomiting. You don't want to get there while presenting, you start vomiting. You've got to take care of that. You've got to call the people, call your doctor, and then call the people that you have appointment with. I'm sorry, I can't make this and this and this is happening to me. So, but if your health is, up to par, then you can go. You can deliver your speech, you can do whatever you need to do. So your health is extremely important. To shortchange it is to shortchange ourselves and shortchange our achievements, really.
So from your experience, do you find that a lot of very highly driven individuals shortchange themselves on health matters?
Well, I'll say that before it used to be, but with the increase in information, increase in knowledge and things like that, people are now beginning to find out that, look, I need to take care of my health. I'm sure that you have heard of cases of executives, high performers get to a place and slumps. You're in a board meeting and then you see this man that came in with, a whole of, health, so to speak, of life, and then before you know it, the person slumps. It's not only that the person slumps and dies, the shock, the horrors that it will send round the people that were there. It can only be imagined. The fact is this, I see, a lot of, executives and people like that, when they come, sometimes they call you and they say, please, I need to see you immediately. And you're like, what's going on? And when you eventually, have a time for them, and by the time they start, oh, this is happening, I keep having a headache, this and that and that, and then they will come out and say, well, I've just been driven to come see you because a colleague died yesterday, or a colleague died last week. We were just having a meeting and he slumped and died. And I'm like, wow, what's going on? I've been playing with my health all the while. So this is making people to get serious with their health. But we don't need to get there. You don't need to be prompted to seek, sound health or to seek for advice with regards to your health only when you see a tragedy. We should be, we should take ownership of our health. Okay, we should take ownership. We should be responsible enough to be able to know how to manage our health so that wholesomely we can move on and, be the best version of ourselves. Again, there is this saying that health is wealth. And it's a long, and it's still there. Health is wealth. If you look at the rising cost of, healthcare services, rising cost of drugs in our society, then you will know that health is really wealth. Okay, so to keep oneself healthy is actually one of the best investments that one can have.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And I have a statement here it was made by Benjamin Franklin. He said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
He was an advocate for healthy habits and proactive wellness.
Definitely.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
Meaning that it's far cheaper to prevent than to cure.
Yeah, I mean the adage is there for everyone. It's cheaper. Prevention is better. It's not only better; it's cheaper, than cure. Right. So I mean, it just laid it the way it should be. Right. I mean, it may be speaking to intellectuals, because I mean, an ounce and this and that for the very may not be able to catch it. But prevention is better than cure. That's just what they have said. And it is not only better, it's cheaper, and it's more rewarding.
It's more rewarding.
Yeah.
And then it makes me wonder why people, especially high flyers, do not take this to heart, and they elevate their quest so highly above their well-being, and forgetting that optimum achievement is indeed tied, from what you've said so far,
right,
to optimum health.
Right.
As far as we are concerned as human beings.
Yeah.
So what could be responsible for that? Is it that the need to be so successful becomes so intense and overwhelming that high achievers end up giving so much more of themselves without caring? Could that be the reason?
I think so. I think there are some people that, the passion of, I need to get this done, I need to do this, I need to achieve this, consumes them, and then, they just relegate their health. Some people feel that they are machines in quote, but we are not machines.
Superman.
Yeah, supermen and superwomen. Yeah, but we are not. We just need to tell ourselves the truth. We're humans. I mean, you go 4 days, 2 days, 3 days without sleep, or, just barely having 1 hour, 2 hours of sleep. And then you try to keep yourself active. You douse this, you take coffee, you do this. Your body will still demand from you that stuff. If you don't give it, your body will break down. All right? It's just natural. And that is why we need to focus. Yeah, nobody's saying that don't go for what you have to do. I mean, everybody should, should be diligent. I mean, it's no-brainer that you should, push, you should do all those, but shouldn't be at the expense of your health. For example, somebody wants to go for a meeting. You know that you're going for a 3 days meeting or a 4 days meeting. You pack everything you need to pack and you forget your drugs. And you're hypertensive, you're diabetic. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Or the person is traveling for a week and you forget your drugs. And instead of getting those drugs when he or she gets there, he goes for all the meetings. He refuses to take the drugs. And then maybe the last day, here comes stroke knocking or heart attack knocking. And then someone will say, oh, and he was full of life. Yeah, he was full of life to the extent of, being responsible to maintain that life. It's what you cultivate that will grow and will blossom. If we don't cultivate our health, it cannot blossom. And if there's something wrong with the health, there can be something wrong with every other thing. Because we are alive because of our health. Right? Now, if the health begins to ebb in quality, that person begins to die. He may not die instantly, may not be, sudden death, but that person also, the quality of life begins to, depreciate, diminish, and the productivity, the achievement also reduces. He can delegate, fine, but the things he wants to do personally, he may not be able to do them. Okay, so it's extremely important. Yeah, high achievers, it's good, but please don't neglect your health. I've had a lot of patients that will say, oh, I forgot my drugs. In fact, what I tell patients is if you are traveling, make sure you go with an extra 1 month, you know. Yeah, because you never, I mean, look at what happened during 2020 COVID-19. I mean, you're shut down. Anything can happen. You may not come back the day you want to. Maybe, oh, we need to do this, and you have to be there. And you're like, okay, you know what? I'm going to shift my journey by a week, by 2 weeks. If you have only taken the ones that you need for what you have proposed, now you have to add 2 weeks to it. What are you going to do? One of two things is either you will not take those drugs, which are not good, or you'll go by. Okay, I mean, and if you go out of the shores of our country, what you're going to be buying at the rate you're going to be buying will be extremely higher. All right.
So that's the price you pay.
That's the price you pay for being nonchalant. Right.
Fantastic. I think one of the things I would like us to discuss, we're going to go on a break shortly. One of the things I'd like us to discuss, we still have the crux of our conversation, which has to do with how we manage immunity during these challenging and stressful times. What I would like us to quickly take a stab at is what attitudes we need to form to change this mindset of always relegating our health and well-being to the background. What needs to change in the world, in the ecosystem of hard-charging, well-driven, achievement-centric human beings who care about building empires, achieving great things, achieving their goals, reaching their fullest potential, but for some reasons pay a price, use their health and well-being as mortgage to secure their dreams. Can we achieve some balance? And I'd like you to hold on to that thought in terms of your response. When we come back, I'll take your thinking on that. Then we shall discuss further on immunity. All right, achievers, doctors' orders. We'll be right back after this break.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. It's still Doctor's Orders here on the Achievement Channel. And I've been having this very meaningful, insightful, and impactful conversation with Dr. Akinsoya Olusegun Joseph from the Lagos University Teaching Hospital. Welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
And I was trying to find out from you, what is responsible for this disconnect between the overwhelming quest for dreams and goals and achievements at the expense of health and well-being, and what needs to change? Because this is going to be your doctor's orders to high-achieving people who seem to be so consumed by wanting to build their empires, by wanting, like Alexander the Great, to think that how do I put it down? To think that a whole, let me borrow the Nigerian expression, a whole Alexander the Great, from what we've read, historical accounts, died as a result of malaria. If I'm correct, doctor. Think about it. A young man that had achieved so much, conquered the whole world, and wept for more worlds to conquer. And it took malaria to send him to his grave. And yet, he had so much potential to do more. That should be warning bells to high achievers. How do you speak to such individuals to never mortgage well-being for accomplishment, to strike that balance?
Fine. So the first thing I will say is prioritize your health. It is extremely important. You are drawing from it to do whatever you have to do. It's like, I mean, your account, you're drawing from it. All right. So, I mean, if you don't have an holistic view of it, an holistic grasp of it, you can allow it to slip by. So we need to prioritize our health. I mean, and when we say prioritize our health, whatever is going on, you need to keep thinking about your health. All right? There are people that they're not feeling too well. Today it's headache, tomorrow is this, the next time is this, and they don't want to go see the doctor. They won't even check their blood pressure. I mean, and these are very simple things that can be done.
And vital too.
Yeah, and then this person will just say, no, we're going for this, we're doing this, we're doing that, and before you know it, something will just crumble and everything is suspended, everything is grounded. Sometimes it can lead to fatality, and then people begin to cry, oh, he was a nice man, or he was a nice woman, but he neglected or she neglected her health. So we need to prioritize our health. And what I mean by that is this: while you're doing everything you need to do, whatever will help you to maximize your health, you've got to give to it. So number one, I mean, you've got to eat well-balanced diet, not junks. A lot of people take junks because they don't have the time to sit down and take very healthy meals. I mean, the order for this is either meat pie or this, processed food and all of that, and then the sodas. We need to de-emphasize this. Many people, it will surprise you, don't take water. All right, I mean, they're on the go. They just feel that, oh, I've not eaten today, I need some energy. Can you get me this soft drink? Can you get me this? Can you get me Five Alive? Can you get me this and that? Meanwhile, we can actually do this. We can get these things fresh ourselves. Now, a lot of people talk about the fact that our forefathers, where even at old age, they're still very strong. Why is it that some patients will come to me and say, doctor, I'm just 60 and my father is almost stronger than I am? Okay, your father did not live your kind of life. I mean, more.
But your father too did not accomplish.
Yeah, your father did not. Yeah, your father. Very true. I mean, we need to strike the balance. Your father did not accomplish as much as you've done, but your father, did not live your kind of life. All right, in the sense that, there's room for rest when it is needed. Okay, there's room for adequate rest. There's room for bonding with the family. There's room for a lot of things that we take as leisure nowadays. All right, so we need to prioritize our health, and we need to look at what we eat, what we drink. We need to give emphasis to rest. Not that you should those kind of people won't lazy around anyway, but you should still give time for rest. Sleep is extremely important. It resets our body. Some people don't have time for it. We need to do that. We need to make sure that anyone that is treating one medical condition or the other, make sure you give it some attention. You should give it the utmost attention. If you are hypertensive, please check your vitals and take your drugs regularly. If you are diabetic, same thing, check your blood sugar and take your drugs, and abstain from things that will make the control to go bizarre. Okay, these are things that we need to do, and then go for your regular checks, the annual checks. Go for it, discuss with your doctor. Very, very important. These are things we need to do, and then you need to exercise. Many people don't have time for it anymore. I'm trying to to carve out 5 minutes for myself. No, exercise, it's not for me. But
what about those whose work day by day carries sufficient activeness?
Right.
Do those ones still need to exercise?
Fine. So those who have a lot of activities in it, stress hormones are there to put your body, to put it under pressure, so to speak, under more pressure other than the physical activity. So instead of you benefiting maximally from your physical activity and your physical exertion, it will be reduced by the intertwine or the interplay of the stress hormones.
Well, that's quite revealing, and I think I have to make some changes personally, because I've often reasoned that if I'm very active at work day by day, it should de-emphasize the fixation on actually going out to do exercises. But now I see that there's a difference in terms of the stress factor that goes with while working and staying active, and the more relaxed
type exactly
that goes with actually the leisurely dimension to it, where you get into a gym or you actually exercise using some of those equipment, making out time for yourself to sort of recreate while you work out.
Right.
That's quite something to take. Now let's move on with. All right, thank you very much for that, Doctor. Now, before you leave, this is a very important question, and I know we will have an exclusive episode to discuss it in totality, but let's just hear from you of how, what's the question again? My head is, how we can boost, I want to catch it very well. How can we boost our immunity and stay healthy during this stressful time? Okay, so let's hear from you about how we can boost our immunity. I'm talking about high achievers, and stay healthy in these stressful times. And you know, we are in very stressful times, especially in this country. And the stress or the stressors, I hope I'm right to use that word, the stressors are becoming more and more significant, especially for high achievers who see themselves pushing even harder this time in these moments in order to achieve their goals. How can we boost our immunity, or how can high achievers boost their immunity and stay healthy? Your 3 take-homes, your 3 orders, Doctor.
All right, fine. So I'll say number 1, make sure you eat healthy. You become what you eat. Make sure you eat healthy. And that is talking about, the balance that we were taught in our biology and the rest, with more emphasis on fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
A lot of people don't do that. And then we need to de-emphasize the intake of sodas, of processed food, processed meal, and all of those. We need to de-emphasize them. All right? So instead of going for the pizzas, the this, the that, high calorie, high fat diet and co, we de-emphasize them and go for very healthy meals.
Okay.
Very, very important.
That's one.
2, we need to make room for exercise. We need to exercise. There is no way out of it. You want to be healthy, you want to stay, refreshed and cool. Give some time for exercise. Number 3, you need to rest. Okay. I know that is very difficult to prescribe to somebody who say, I've not done this, I've not
super driven people.
Yeah, but you need to rest because really, if the body breaks down, sometimes it just recoils and you're like, you are hoping and praying. Let me survive this. Let me survive this. You can imagine somebody who, right in the middle of something, suffers a stroke and then loses one. You can imagine the trouble.
That's the end of all the dreams, all the quests, all quests to achieve greatness.
If he's able to survive it, fine. But then there will be damage.
Damage, that's right.
So please let us do that. Balanced diet.
Balanced diet, exercise and rest. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Doctor. I am sure those orders will be taken to heart by all of our wonderful high-achieving men and women watching the Achievement Channel. And we truly appreciate your coming to the show. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you very
me.
much. Truly a pleasure.
Thank you.
There you have it. Those are your doctor's orders. This is the Achievement Channel. We do not take health and well-being for granted. It is a serious issue, very important in the total quest towards success and high accomplishment. Remember them, and God willing, next time when we come back, you get to learn a lot more to keep your health optimal in order to achieve at the highest possible level. My name is Ubon Essien, Nigeria's Mr. Motivator, asking you to please stay healthy.
Welcome to Achievement News on the Achievement Channel, your daily source of positivity in communication, where we don't just report the news, we celebrate achievements, inspire action, and empower you to reach your full potential. We're broadcasting live from our studios at the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Today, we have a packed show highlighting the diverse range of impactful events we've covered here on Achievement Channel, showcasing empowerment through skills, development, leadership, and national vision. We begin with a focus on skills development and empowerment. The CVL Employment Trust Fund recently held an event showcasing its commitment to equipping individuals with valuable skills. The event featured training classes in 3 key areas: electrical installation, digital marketing, and catering. A notable aspect of the electrical installation class was the presence of a determined young woman demonstrating a passion for breaking gender stereotypes in traditionally male-dominated fields. Our news team spoke with several students who shared powerful testimonies about how this initiative is transforming their lives and creating new opportunities.
What I want to say to LSCTF, CVL, and KTI is that people have really done well. Thank you for bringing up this opportunity for youths that are not empowered. We thank you, and we hope that you continue to do this great job for more of our youths out there.
So far in the journey, I've really learned a lot, starting from learning about the SEO, moving to email marketing, down to content marketing.
And so far here in CVL, LSCTF, and KTI, they have impacted me with soft skill and hard skill. And also, I have learned a lot of things that I did not even think I was ever going to learn.
I want to use this opportunity to say thank you to King's Trust International. I want to say thank you to Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. I want to say thank you to Center for Value in Leadership. And I want to use this opportunity to say to every young mind out there, this is the program you need to step up and become who you want to become.
In the realm of leadership, the CEO Summit 2025 took center stage. The 2-day summit themed Future Ready Leadership provided a platform for critical discussions on navigating the complexities of modern leadership. The summit commenced with a virtual session on Wednesday, April 2nd, featuring renowned thought leader like Professor Pat Utomi, who offered valuable insights into the qualities and strategies essential for effective leadership in the years to come. The in-person session on April 3rd, held at the 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos, featured prominent speakers who addressed key aspects of leadership. Mr. Rume Daniels delivered an impactful presentation on the CEO as a catalyst for societal and organizational growth, emphasizing the crucial role of business leaders in driving positive change. This was followed by Mr. Victor Gbenga Afolabi's address on innovating for sustainability. The CEO as a catalyst for societal and organizational growth, emphasizing the crucial role of business leaders in driving positive change. This was followed by Mr. Victor Gbenga Afolabi's address on innovating for sustainability. The CEO role in driving long-term impact, highlighting the importance of sustainable practices in corporate strategy. The session concluded with an engaging question and answer segment, fostering a dynamic exchange between speakers and attendees.
Well, every over and over, to do the same thing and expect a different result is the definition of insanity, right? Yeah. So why are some MDs afraid to call the shots? Yes, we've seen extreme cases where some MDs are actually trigger happy to fire at will. But we have some very, very calm, empathetic bosses. And it's such an honor to have those bosses. I'm telling you, painfully some people take those kind of bosses for granted. Bosses who will not fire at will. Bosses who will temper, justice with the message.
In your opinion, do you think true leaders are born or could they be taught?
I think leaders are made. The environment, the people you meet, and the influences on your life determines. Everybody is born blank, so it's not like a talent. It's learned.
Sir, do you think leaders are born or can they grow into the role of leadership?
I think my take to it will be two-pronged. You know, leaders can be born and some can also grow into it.
Okay, do you think true leadership is inborn, or do you think it can be taught?
I think that true leadership can be taught. There isn't any kind of nurturing that you require that you cannot get. The idea, however, is to be able to get the correct people to teach it and for you to be able to imbibe it and impact it on others.
Now let's dive deeper into the Bullion Lecture 2025. This year's event, a hallmark of intellectual discourse on economic development, was themed Architecting the Energy Sector for Nigeria's 1 trillion economy vision. The event commenced with the arrival of guests, followed by formal introductions. The proceedings began with the national anthem, setting a tone of national significance. Mr. Ernest ABMFR, chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Center for Financial Journalism, delivered a welcome address, emphasizing the importance of the lecture's theme. Mrs. Tolulokpe Longe, National President of Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, and chairman of the Bullion Lecture 2025, provided opening remarks, setting the stage for the day's discussions. A special guest of honor, Chief Adebayo Adelabo, the Minister of Power, also offered remarks highlighting the government's perspective on the energy sector. The guest lecturer, Professor Bat Naji, founder and Chief Executive Officer of Geometric Power Limited and former Minister of Power, was introduced by the Master of Ceremonies, Sir Azu Arinze, publisher of Yes International. Professor Nnaji then delivered a comprehensive lecture on architecting the energy sector for Nigeria's 1 trillion economy vision, providing in-depth analysis and recommendations. A panel discussion followed, featuring Dr. Ogo Okiti, CEO of Think Business Africa and convener of the Africa Business Convention, and Mr. Victor Okoronkwo, Group Managing Director of ITO Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited. The panelists offered diverse perspectives on the challenges and opportunities within Nigeria's energy sector. The event also featured a question and answer session, allowing for audience engagement. The lecture concluded with the presentation of plaques to the resource persons, acknowledging their valuable contributions. Mr. Ray Echebiri, CEO of the Center for Financial Journalism, delivered the vote of thanks. The national anthem was then played, and guests were invited to a refreshment session. We also celebrated outstanding achievements at the 2024 Vanguard Personality of the Year Award. The evening was a celebration of excellence, recognizing individuals who have made extraordinary contributions to society. The event began with the arrival of guests and the observance of introductions and protocols. The national anthem set a dignified tone for the evening. The editor of Vanguard Media delivered remarks highlighting the significance of the awards and the recipients' accomplishments. The highlight of the night was, of course, the presentation of awards. The awards were interspersed with entertainment interludes featuring performances that added to the celebratory atmosphere. The pinnacle of the evening was the presentation of the Personality of the Year and Good Governance Award, recognizing exceptional leadership and societal impacts. Mr. Adekunle Adekoya, Deputy Editor, delivered the vote of thanks, expressing gratitude to all those who celebrated to the success of the event. The evening concluded with a final entertainment performance. At Achievement News, we are committed to bringing you stories that highlight the diverse paths to success and the individuals and initiatives that are shaping a brighter future. This event exemplifies the spirit of achievement and the power of collective vision. This is what Achievement News is all about, celebrating the power of human potential and transformative impact of dedication and the unwavering belief in a brighter future. Join us in celebrating this achievement and in striving for your own. Don't miss out on more uplifting stories like this one. Hit the subscribe button on the Achievement channel and join a growing community of dreamers, achievers, and change makers. Be the first to hear the news that motivates, stories that empower, and insights that elevate. Also visit our website at www.achievementchannel.com for more. See you next time on Achievement News, where every story is a step towards empowerment. My name is Comfort Edongse Basi. Thanks for watching.
Success is not just about what you do, but how you show up. Your style speaks before you do. Style is confidence, and confidence drives success. From the boardroom to the runway, your presence matters. Welcome to Style to Success, where fashion meets ambition. Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel. Follow us at Achievement Channel for more style and success insights.
Hello, and welcome to Style to Success, the show where style meets strategy on the journey to professional excellence. I am your host, Ayodele Oluwole, and you are watching Style to Success on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the iconic School of Eloquence studio right here in Ikoyi, Lagos, Nigeria. On this program, we spotlight bold, stylish, and visionary individuals who have turned personal flair for appearance, creativity, and communication into remarkable success stories. Today's guest is someone whose journey perfectly embodies the spirit of the show, Akinpelumi Akinboye, a seasoned communication expert, prolific content creator, and founder of one of Nigeria's most visited gospel music platforms, BelieversCompanion.com. With over 48 million monthly visitors and 600,000 plus loyal podcast listeners, he is not only a digital media powerhouse, but also a testament to how strategy, creativity, and style can drive outstanding achievements. Akinpelumi Akinboye, you're welcome to Style to Success.
Thank you so much, Ayodele. It's a pleasure to be here.
And I like to say that you look dapper as usual.
Oh, thank you. I can say the same thing about you. You know.
So let's take it back. Let's take it back to the beginning of how you started. Your content channel and all. So I like to say that you built a personal, and professional brand. So please take us back. What are those things that sparked your interest? In this communication and media, sector that you have ventured into?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a brilliant question. You see, my journey into this started from a point of pain. What do I mean? Back in secondary school, I gained admission into a particular institution. Back in our days, these days, when you write JAMB and the rest of it, you get an SMS, you are notified about your admission. But ours, during our time, was not like that. You had to go to the school to go and check your name if you've been admitted. So I lost an admission due to lack of communication. And I vowed that I would never be in that position again. And of course, I was passionate that nobody should be in that position again. And that led to the creation of my first blog called School News Nigeria. I think I was 16 at the time. So that was the beginning for me.
Wow. That's a good one.
Yeah.
So that's really incredible, I must say. Many people consume content, but not many build empires out of it. So what was your vision when you created BelieversCompanion.com?
You see, my passion for gospel music led to the creation of Believers Companion. However, I was not as passionate as I am now when I started. What really happened was back in the days, people buy CDs to listen to music. So back then I was in the Polytechnic, Osun State Polytechnic, and the choir at the time wanted a song that they've of course purchased the CD, but the CD was giving them problem. And someone said, oh, why not put this song on your blog so we could download it and listen and then rehearse it. So it occurred to me that okay, I could do that. I know a couple of other blogs who promote secular music. Why can't I just put this song for them to download? So that led to the creation of the first one. So my passion for solving problem everywhere I find myself had always led me to channel my ability to do things, and that exactly led to the creation of Believers Companion. First of all, of course, I love listening to gospel music, but at that time there was a problem. this choir needed to rehearse this song. Everybody needs to listen to this song at the same time. The CD was not working. I have a blog already, like I mentioned. I started School News Nigeria when I was quite young, and the opportunity came for me to put up a song for them to download and listen to and rehearse. So I went ahead and do that. And in less than a week or two, I saw that over 40,000 people had downloaded that song on my blog. And I said, wow, so people are actually looking for gospel music. So that led to the creation of Believers Companion from scratch.
Wow, good one. Yeah. Impressive. Well done, my brother. Yeah. Well done. So let's talk about style. We're not just talking about fashion.
Yes.
You know, now we're talking about, you know, your charisma, your confidence, how you carry yourself. How do you think that has helped, you know, your success and credibility?
You see, there's a popular phrase that says, you are dressed the way you're dressed, right? I strongly believe that your appearance is your first handshake. I mean, especially when you're walking into a meeting, the first thing people observe about you is your style, is what you're wearing. Before you even speak a particular word, they've assessed you based on how you present yourself. And your style goes beyond what you're wearing. Also, how you carry yourself, how you coordinate yourself, how you interact with people. All these define your style and directly define who you are. So I think style is very important in everything you do, especially if you are in an industry where you interact with people a lot. You have to you have to look at your style and pay more attention to your style.
Good one.
Yeah.
Interesting. And I think that's quite insightful. So I think it's now safe to say that, you know, the way you appear can have a lot of influence on, you know, the places you find yourself, on the doors that will be open to you, on the opportunities, you know, that will be around you in whatever you do. So it's a good one. Well done.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to the next question. Okay. And the next question will be, you know, now behind the scenes. Let's talk about behind the scenes. Let's get real. So what are those daily routines, some discipline that you've imbibed into yourself, you know, that you think has really helped the growth of your brand?
That's a very brilliant question. You see, we celebrate success without discussing the discipline that brought this person to this level. You see, growing up, I want to say a special thank you to my mother for ensuring that some principles, some discipline were introduced to us at a very young age. You know, like for example, up to today, I still wake up every day by 4:30 a.m. It's by default because I'm used to it, because my mom ensure that we wake up early to do our responsibility, to carry out our responsibility before we step out every day. So because I wake up that early, I have enough time to prepare for my day, to make sure that I do. For example, up to today, I still look for stories of gospel musicians to tell through my blog. I have a 9 to 5. So when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I want to do, of course, after praying, is to write about the gospel musician I want to promote at that particular, maybe throughout the day or until so time. You know, people pay and say, oh, please talk about my song for so number of time or for today or whatever. So I have enough time to plan that, to strategize, to come up with content that I can share with my team to say, today, this is what we are doing. So I have time, enough time in my hand to plan and to get my day ready. And of course, when you're at work, you know, you're at work, you face your work squarely. But after work, because I am used to it, it's easier for me to blend into it, do more work before I sleep. I watch TV, of course. I watch a lot of movies. You know, I watch movies. I have time for all these things because I have planned it, because I have done it over and over and over. Okay, this time I am updating my blog. This time I am looking for stories to tell. This time I am engaging with people. This time I am interviewing people. This time I am training my staff. This time is my leisure time. I have a family, I have a wife, I have a beautiful daughter, which I spend quality time with. So because I have been able to plan these things, it was easy for me to play all these roles without conflicting one another. So that discipline, that ability to plan, to wake up early, to do the things I need to do without thinking about, of course, it's difficult sometimes, but you just know where you're going to, you know where you're going to, and you know what you want to achieve. And because of that, you have enough time to do all these things, to function in all these roles effortlessly.
A good one. So it's safe to say that this discipline that you have imbibed in yourself has really helped you to be consistent for over 13 years in the communication and media space.
Yes.
So that's really impressive.
Thank you very much.
Viewers, we'll be right back after this short break to hear more insightful stories from Akinpelumi Akinboye. Stay tuned.
Again, my name is Dr. Edward Bush, one of the co-founders and president-elect of AMEN. That stands for the African American Male Education Network and Development. I want to give a big up and a big shout out to the Achievement Channel for all the great work that you're doing, motivating and inspiring the young people of Nigeria. Keep up the outstanding work, Achievement Channel.
I'm Herb English. I am the president of the African American Male Education Network. Big shout out to the Achievement Channel. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing here and abroad. Thank you so much.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting and exciting.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot. Thank you. The delivery was second to none. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel.
So, Akinpelumi Akinboye, you've studied at Osun State Polytechnic, Bowen University, Michigan State University, and you are currently pursuing an executive MBA at the prestigious University of Lagos Business School. So, how has formal education shaped your, success?
That's a very brilliant question, and I think I'll dwell on it a bit because, a lot of our people say school na scam. My brother, school no be scam. And I will explain. You see, as an individual, anytime you have the opportunity to get knowledge, please get it, whether formal or informal, because knowledge goes beyond the four corners of a school. Now, while I was at the Polytechnic, I mentioned earlier that I lost an admission due to lack of information. Now, I've always have passion for media and for communication. But for whatsoever reason, God knows how He does these things, I found myself in science class, which, of course, automatically led me to study computer science at Osun State Polytechnic, Ire. And after that, I continued to improve on myself by pursuing a BSc degree at Bowen University, just because, you see, I'm someone that I'm relentless when it comes to seeking knowledge, and I always ask questions. Now, why did I say that? I mentioned that I have a 9 to 5. As a Polytechnic student where I was working, the difference was very clear between HND holders and BSc holders, and I am someone that I'm very passionate about myself, about my growth, and I always want to grow. So because of that, I said, okay, I'm going to get a BSc degree so that I could be in a better position to earn more, right? That was the drive. So I got a BSc degree, and I look at myself, I said, you know what, I need a master's degree. And after a master's degree, I said, oh, you know what, I need to learn business, because now Believers Companion started out of just hobby. It was just a hobby. Do you understand what I mean? It was just a passion. But as the platform continues to grow, I see the reason to learn the business part of doing things, and that led to pursuing a degree at the University of Lagos Business School, which of course has opened my eyes and my mind to see things from a different perspective. So to answer your question, I think education plays a very important role in whatever you're doing. Even if you're a tailor, even if you're a mechanic, you need education. It gives you a different perspective. It opens your mind and your eyes to so many opportunities that might be passing you just because you don't know. Not because you don't know how to do it, but because you don't know that you can do it this way to even achieve more. So education has played a key role in what I'm doing, and I'm grateful to God for the opportunity to have been able to pursue all these degrees, and I've been able to learn and apply.
So now let's move to the next one. 48 million monthly website, visits, and about 600,000 plus podcast listeners. That's really huge. So I just like to know, how have you been able to achieve engagement, at that huge scale?
Thank you very much. You see, sometimes even when I check the statistics, I'm quite surprised, but I think success have footprints. There are ways to explain how this had come to be. You see, back in secondary school, there are some things I didn't mention. There are some things I have done. For example, in secondary school, I used to write notes for my mates. So I used to get their phone number so I could call them to come and get their notes. So I was gathering database from secondary school, and I never knew I was gathering database, right? So back in the Polytechnic, I happened to be someone that a lot of people are friendly with. I'm friendly with a lot of people, especially in my church. Like I mentioned, my choir needed a song, so I gave them a song. So a lot of people, when they need help, come to me, and I help them probably to solve a problem, do their assignments, or get them whatever help. I just happen to be someone that I'm passionate about helping people, right? So because of that, a lot of people became my friend. So in becoming my friend, of course, we exchange numbers. So I have your phone number. So after secondary school, NYSC, I was fortunate to be the president of the sanitation unit of NYSC in Ikoyi here. And of course, everybody wants the phone number of the president, so I have access to the database. Now, on my website, or even up to today, any song I'm writing about, I always end it with, if you want me to share gospel music with you every day, kindly send me a message on WhatsApp. So I put my phone number there for people to reach out to me. So all this that I have mentioned had given me an access to a large pool of database. So I thought to myself, how can I utilize this to my advantage? So I sent a message out that if you want me to send you gospel music every day, kindly respond to this message. A lot of people responded, and for the past 6 years I have been sharing gospel music to all my content on WhatsApp every day, one every day. And because I am doing that, a lot of people who love gospel music continue to tell their friends about me, who continue to send me message, and my database continues to grow. And in doing that, I have been able to keep them together, feed them something that they love, gospel music, every day. And anytime I post something on my blog or record a podcast, I share the link to them to say, kindly listen to my interview, or kindly listen to the podcast that I have made. And they listen, they love it, they share with their friends, and their friends share with their friends. And most of them follow me. On Instagram, for example, I have over 100,000 followers. On Twitter, I had over 40,000 followers. So all these people got to know me from the little things that I do every day that contributed to the growth of the platform. So when I put out a tweet, or I put out a blog, or I put out a podcast, and I send out the link, and 20,000 people are listening in less than 30 minutes or an hour, it's not because of a special thing that I have done. It's because of the work that I have put in, the database that I have gathered over the years, the people that knows me, that know that, okay, if you follow this person talk about gospel music, this person review songs, this person bring gospel musicians to interview, this person do podcasts that can improve my life, they listen and they share with their friends. So these are my strategies. These are the ways that I've been able to gather an audience for my platform.
Good one, Akinpelu.
Thank you.
I must confess, this has been an insightful time with you. So for aspiring YouTubers, media practitioners, content creators, what would you say are those non-negotiable factors for success in this field?
Put in the work. You have to put in the work. There's no shortcut to success. You see, discipline and determination, they work very well. Success have footprints. If you follow people who are successful, and don't mistake success for fame. Fame is not success. Now, if you're somebody that you are passionate about impacting lives, changing lives, whether you are famous or not does not matter. The most important thing is, last week you were able to impact 10 lives. This week you are doing 20 lives. That's success already. So fame is not success. You see, I always say this everywhere I find myself, that you see, the house of fame and the house of shame, they are neighbors. They live very close to each other. The only thing that separates it is just grace. So if you chase fame, You know, as humans, Yoruba people have a proverb. They say, "Kò sí bí o ṣe fẹ́ rìn, kò sí bó ṣe fẹ́ mọ̀ rìn, kó rí má mì." That is, there's no way you will live your life without making mistakes. If you pursue fame and you make life mistake, that is normal, even the little ones that are normal. Because of the fame, it will become a big deal that can affect your journey, that can affect your brand. So why not focus on impacting life instead of chasing fame? So I will advise young people who want to create content, who want to become a YouTuber or a podcaster, please focus on the goal. And your goal is to educate people. Your goal is to help people become better. Your goal is to become better at your own craft. So those should be your focus, not numbers. Fine, it has been mentioned that, I have over 40 million people that come to my website and listen to me on my podcast every month. Those things are good, but those things are not my focus. My focus every day is to give you a better experience. When you come to Believers Company, I want you to live with a positive impression. I want you to be able to tell your friends about it. So when you do that, the numbers grow. But growing the number is never my focus. Of course, it's good. I want you to also check me out on all my platforms, but that shouldn't be the focus.
This is such an inspiring story.
Thank you.
So let's talk confidence.
Yeah.
You've worked, you operated across Spotify, Boomplay, YouTube, and several other media. So how were you able to develop confidence? How did you develop confidence to cut across these platforms and come out confident and speak up confidently?
If you know me very well, you know I'm a very shy person. I'm the kind of person that if you have a crowd, you would probably find me just in my space. I would just be in my space. You know, I'm a very shy person. But when it comes to talking to people, facing crowd, I don't know. I just, it's an inbuilt thing. It's an inbuilt thing that has been developed over time. You see, I grew up as a Baptist. And if you are a Baptist, you can testify that from the tender age of 5 or even 4, you face the church to read your memory verse. You know, we call it Sunbeam. From Sunbeam, you move to the Royal Ambassador and things like that. So you face the church. The whole church is looking at you, and you are expected to say your memory verse, your Bible verse that has been given to you to study, you know. So from that tender age, I have been exposed to facing crowds, to deliver my lines without fear, you know. So because I have done that from a very tender age, it's very easy for me now. It's not really easy, but it's an inbuilt thing that's become part of me to come on stage and just face the audience and deliver my speech or whatever thing I'm talking about. And once I am done, once I step out, the shy man is available for you to pick on again. I'll just look for a corner and I'll just be there. Except to talk to me, I'll probably not say hello, except when I'm networking, of course. And those were the ways that I've been able to grow myself to face an audience and to grow in confidence over the years.
Good one.
Thank you very
So
much.
talking about young professionals in your field, you know, how do you think the young professionals can build a brand that it's outstanding like yours?
All right, thank you very much. That's a good question. I think it's a question that everybody can relate with. And the truth is this: put in the work. Put in the work. Forget fame. Like I mentioned, forget fame, forget money. You see, value attracts money. Value attracts money. If you give value, if you solve problem, money will chase you. You won't need to chase money. So I will advise the young professionals, if you are interested in growing a platform, if you are interested in creating something that can outlive you, I will advise that you should focus more on solving problems. That is the best way. The more problem you solve, the more relevant you are, and the more money you make.
Good one.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure that's a whole lot of people who can relate with that. And they want to listen to such a deep advice from someone like you. So we move on to the last question. And this has to do with legacy.
Okay.
With everything you have built, what does legacy look for? Akinpelumi, Akinboye. And what's next on your horizon? What are the other things you are thinking of achieving, you know, in the nearest future?
Thank you very much. You see, I happen to be someone who I don't really think a lot about the future. I just take it a day at a time. But if you ask me that, what does legacy means to me? I think it will be the children that I will leave behind, you know, because as far as I'm concerned, these children that God had given to me, they've been given to me for me to train them, for me to model them, for me to prepare them for what they intend to bring into the world, to make the world a better place. So I think my children are going to be the legacy I will leave behind. Of course, I'm doing all this with the intention that someone will continue to do it. For example, someone will be passionate enough to promote African gospel music and say, oh, I want to work with you, I want to do what you're doing, or I want to take over Believer's Companion from you. I'm not going to compel my children to say, oh, I have built this thing, this is my legacy, you must continue. No, they are free to do anything they want, but in all they choose to do, let them excel. Let me prepare them. Let me ensure that I built them to impact the world positively. And in doing that, I think that is my legacy. If they can pass it on to their own children to say, okay, grandpa started from here, grandpa built to here, and grandpa said this to us, and this is why I'm telling you, because I think this has helped me to become who I am today, and I want you to model your life after grandpa, because he did this, he was able to achieve this and this and this, and he led me to follow my own path, and now I have done all this, and I want you to emulate this and continue to impact the world positively. I think that's my legacy. I think that will give me a great satisfaction than any other thing in this life.
This is so impressive, and I must say that we've had, you know, an inspiring episode with you. You've inspired the generation to come, and you've inspired, you know, a whole lot of people that are even ahead of you. So it will be a step to learning new things, rebranding oneself, creating self-awareness, and, you know, projecting a better tomorrow. Thank you so much, Akinpelumi, for sharing all this with us.
Appreciate
and
it.
we appreciate you coming to Style to Success.
Thank you so much.
What a powerful and refreshing conversation. Thank you, Akinpelumi, for sharing not just your journey, but your principles, your mindset, and your style. You've shown us that style isn't just about what you wear. It's about how you show up, what you create, and the legacy you leave behind. To our viewers, if you have ever wondered whether your personal flair could translate into success, let Akinpelumi's story be your proof. Let's continue the conversation. Follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for more Style to Success content and updates. Use the hashtag we see possibilities and share your thought with us. I am Ayodele Oluwole. Until next time, keep showing up, stay inspired, and let your style speak for your success. Bye for now.
Welcome to My Eloquence Journey, an exclusive feature from the School of Eloquence, Africa's leading institution for public speaking mastery. Today, we are spotlighting the Dean's Public Speaking class, a powerful, 2-day intensive designed to transform everyday individuals into intentional, confident, and compelling speakers.
I enrolled in this course because lately I've found myself making some speeches and engaging in some public speaking. So I think I should fine-tune the way I speak in public and speak with power, encourage people and inspire people, not make it boring. It's something I can do, but I just think that fine-tuning it and making it in such a professional way, it's way to go. So that's why I'm here.
So my expectations today, I wish to, for now, only to improve in my vocals and, to interact well with and around people more.
My expectation for this class is to improve my stage, to overcome my stage fright, and to improve on my eloquence communication.
Joining us are Sariondo Kunavhemba Edward, Ojek Chidimma Ann, and Obayoha Ugochi Jessica, 3 determined learners who have taken the bold step to elevate their communication and unlock new opportunities in their careers and personal lives. Their journey begins on day 1, the day of discovery. To explore the struggles they faced and the defining moments that pushed them to seek change, we join the conversation in the studio with Nafisat.
Good day, Ma. Welcome to my eloquence journey. I have some questions for you, Emma.
Okay.
The first goes, which moment or lesson from day 1 stood out most and why?
Okay, it's today's class. I kind of want to say that my most basic points in the class is where we had to talk about the tools of public speaking. Yeah. Where we're taught about the gestures, how to make the gestures of eye contact, the body language, the beats and all that. So I kind of like learned the basic things in communicating with people to make it more impacting, like to make people understand and to gather everything together. So I learned how to use my hands, the visual contact, the body language and all that. So to enable people pay attention more on what I was saying, yes.
If you had to describe day 1 of my eloquence journey in one word, what would that be?
It's that very fantastic word.
Good day, sir, and
Good
welcome to my eloquence journey. I have some questions for you, sir.
Okay.
The first one is, which moment or lesson from day 1 stood out to you the most and why?
Okay. I would say the lesson that stood up for me the most is the structure of public speaking. Yeah. The reason is, before now, I don't know how to structure speak. Most time I'll have idea to communicate, but my inability to structure it, I will not be able to, communicate it better for my audience to get the proper idea of my message and what it's all about. At the end of the day, I end up mixing a lot of information together, which will contradict the understanding of my audience. But undertaking this class and giving the proper orientation about how to structure a speech, I have been able to know how to structure my speech and what to do if I am to actually give a speech or have a presentation with this. So that particular aspect and lesson actually did a lot to me, and it actually stand out, and I really appreciate that I actually learned it.
The next one is, if you have to describe day 1 of my eloquence journey in one word, what would that be?
Awesome.
Awesome.
Yes.
That's very good, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good day, ma, and welcome to my eloquence journey.
Thank you so much. Good day.
Good day, ma. I have some questions here for you on your eloquence journey.
Okay.
The first one is, which moment or lesson from day 1 stood out to you the most and why?
Okay, I can say it was after the presentation was the highlight for me because I didn't see it coming. And then after the presentation, there was a little correction in my head. I didn't feel it was anything, but I mean, coming for the course and the coaching, I noticed that, oh, this could be not a problem, but some kind of fine-tuning of how a public speech should be made. And it was a highlight for me, and I think that was commendable.
If you had to describe day 1 of my eloquence journey in one word, what would that be? Just a word.
Loaded.
Oh, I didn't see loaded coming, but I think I like that word.
Loaded.
Thank you very much, ma.
You're welcome.
but discovery is only the first step. This program is more than training, it is a breakthrough and a profound mindset shift. Overnight, the lessons from the Dean's class began to settle. Between the end of day 1 and the start of day 2, the hesitation we saw at the beginning began to vanish. Sare Ondo, Chidinma, and Ugochi weren't just learning techniques, they were finding their authority. The transformation is now in motion. To capture the final breakthrough and the results of this life-changing journey, we return to the studio with Abigail.
Hello, Ms. Jessica.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on completing the public speaking masterclass.
Thank you very
I
much.
want to ask you some questions. So my first question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence?
Okay, it was a recommendation from a family friend who has been a member of the school. So,
okay. So my next question is, what area in public speaking have you improved on after the training?
okay, I've really improved in my vocals, in my boldness, trying to face the crowd, because it has been a challenge for me facing audience. So I kind of improved very well, but way forward I know I will do better.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Would you say your expectations were met?
Yes, very well, very well. But I wish to advance in more classes so I can be perfect.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Chidinma.
Hi.
Congratulations on completing the public speaking class.
Thank you.
I have some questions for you today. My number one question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence?
Okay, so as you grow in career, you get to a level where a lot of public speaking is expected from you, either to address the audience, or you have to make some speech in the boardroom, or you will need to talk to people, I mean, in an exposed environment where you have a lot of crowd and you need to address people or motivate people to do something. So there's need for the fine-tuning and being skillful about it so that you can be able to send the right message.
All right. So my next question is, what areas in public speaking have you improved on after completing the training?
Okay, so I think my body composure, my body movement, my facial expression, the way my eye contact, the way I contact and I connect with my audience, the body movement, not being too stiff, not holding on to the lectern, and a lot has been learnt in 2 days, and I'm really impressed.
Okay, so would you say the expectations you had before you came, would you say they were met?
Oh, sure. The expectations were met in a very short time. I expected that before I could be able to grab something, it would take maybe 2 or 3 sessions. But I mean, even on the first day, it was, like I said earlier, it was loaded, and I have a lot of take-homes, and there are a lot of improvements in my second public speech today. Yeah, there was a lot of improvements. So I have a lot to take home, and I'm impressed. Yeah.
So would you recommend the course to other people?
Oh, I've actually done that. I have 2 people that are already coming. Maybe the next session in February. Yeah, and one said in March. So I've already done that already. Yeah, I'm impressed. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Edward.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on completing the public speaking masterclass.
Thank you.
I would love to ask you some questions. My number one question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence?
Yeah, I chose School of Eloquence because when I wanted to improve my public speaking, and I was trying to find out which of the center or which of the institute is very good or can be able to cater for my need. I went online and searched, and I got some names. So when I checked their profile and tried to know where they specialize in, I saw that School of Eloquence was well positioned for what I wanted to get and was more advanced. Yeah, and even when I try to, search for the preference, the search result shows score of eloquence first.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, I find out about School of Eloquence. I asked some of my friends, and I get one person that told me that he's aware of the place, and the place is actually good, and that is the only place in Lagos where you can actually get weight trained in terms of eloquence. And just try to tell me about the owner of the place and who he is, and I will say, okay, there is actually a place and that I really need it to go.
So what area of public speaking would you say you have improved on after completing the training?
Yeah, completing this training, I improve. I was coming in as, which word would I use to describe I was coming? I was coming as a total novice without any clue about public speaking, and I have many lapses, and I have many lapses here, from stage fright to unstructured speaking. I don't have any idea about speaking or presenting actually, but after the completion of this class, I think I'm going home with idea of what public speaking is all about, and how to engage my audience, and how to structure my speech, and what is expected of me from the audience, and what I'm expecting from the audience. Yes, what to give the audience, and how to structure it, and how to refine it, or how to present it better. And in a long way, in my own profession, which is architecture and construction, it's a long way to actually help me to communicate my designs better, unlike before, where I've struggled. I don't have a clue on how to present my design to my clients. Yes.
So would you say the expectations you had before coming were met?
Yes, I would say yes. Yeah, because the expectation I was having before coming here, they were met. Yeah, and I will say that in this way. If I did not participate in this program, yes, I might be probably thinking that, because how am I going to overcome stage fright and all those things? But most of those things is more of psychological than how we understand it to be. And coming here and meeting with Mr. Esen Obon face to face, and how he take me through the process, I discovered that actually I can, have the power to overcome the stage fright and everything. And he gave me the basic I need. Yes. So it's made in a way, because the basic thing and the bottom line of everything is to overcome it completely, totally, is to practice, and practice, which is, I know, is very, but the basic expectation, I know they are made 100%.
So would you recommend the course to other people?
Of course, sure. I have a lot of people in my mind that I have to recommend this course for, because, and I believe that as I'm going out, at least the difference I will make around my colleague and around the people, my peers, I think they should be able to, be surprised, and probably it's a place for me to. It's my place to recommend the place here and tell them how the journey was and how it is, and to be able to guide others as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
2 days. One undeniable shift. What began as a challenge has become a triumph. Sare Ondo, Chidinma, and Ugochi have proven that when you choose the School of Eloquence, you aren't just attending a class, you are beginning again. They leave here today not just as learners, but as speakers ready to command any stage.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
This has been my eloquence journey. One journey. Total transformation. Your path to mastery begins here at the School of Eloquence.
Speak with power.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Champions of Change, the program dedicated to showcasing and celebrating individuals who are making a profound and positive impact in our society. I'm your host, Pamela Igbo, and you're watching the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence here in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today, we have a truly remarkable champion with us, a woman who is redefining the landscape of education and empowerment for young people, Mrs. Danielle Joshua. She's an education consultant and visionary, passionately advocating for equity in education through her 3 impactful organizations: Transcend Movement, Transcend Education, and the Danielle Bridge Education Consultancy. Her work has achieved a 100% success rate in helping students secure top university offers, while also empowering hundreds of teachers and students across the UK and Nigeria with vital skills. With a deep commitment to purpose and faith, Danielle is on a mission to redefine what's possible for the next generation. Let's get started. Danielle, welcome to Champions of Change.
Thank you for having me.
Great. It's great to have you here. So I'm really excited about our conversation. It's all around education, which I know you're passionate about, and so am I. So tell us, so I know that you already, you have 3 organizations that you are founder of, which is amazing: Transcend Education, Transcend Movement, Bridge Education. It's a mouthful.
It's a mouthful.
DBEC for short. Okay. So what inspired you to start that?
Yes, really. Thank you so much for having me again. So Transcend Movement, it's funny actually, all of them started at moments of, we need to do something about this.
Right.
So Transcend Movement was the first, and that started when I was in university. And I noticed that I'm a Christian, and there was a lot of young people like myself who had been raised in the Christian household, but were kind of what we would call lukewarm, living as we please, basically, and not really living to the commands of God. And so I realized this, and I realized that I wanted to do something about that. I wanted to help people to really think about their faith and think about their journey and really think about what kind of life they believe that God wants for them. And so I started writing a play, and I realized that we are media. If you want to get a message out, media is the best way. And so I wrote a play and kind of gathered a lot of young people to come and watch, and I was able to get my message across. And so that's how Transcend Movement started. Transcend Education started because I was simply doing mission work in Ghana, and I saw that there was a lot of teachers teaching in kind of rural, deprived schools that weren't qualified. And so they're teaching some of the poorest children in Ghana, but they don't actually have any of the kind of experience or qualifications to really help them teach them the best. And so because of that need, and because I was asked simply, can I come and do something about it, I began. And so that's how Transcend Education started. And then DBEC started simply because people would often just say to me, I really want to get to this uni and I don't know how to write my personal statement. And I was like, this is what the unis are asking for. They want this, structure it like this, and put it together. And a lot of people would get into their unis. And I was like, this is good. I can do something about this. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Amazing. Opportunity met with need, and that's what made you move forward, which is great. So tell me, why education? Obviously you just explained a little bit, but why young people particularly? I know you shared with me before we started about your growing up in the UK and how you saw the disparity in terms of education there. So tell us a little bit about that. Why young people and why education particularly?
Yeah, thank you. So I think young people, because young people are genuinely the future. I know people say that, but they are actually the future. They are what is going to make up majority of the population in years to come. And when I was 16 years old, I began to learn about statistics that I felt there was these statistics are not good. And these statistics were things like, if you are from a black background, if you are black, African or Caribbean background, you're less likely to do well as your white counterparts. If you went to a state school, you're less likely to do well than those who went to a private school. If you're a black, African boy, you're more likely to be excluded and be kind of discriminated. So I saw all of these statistics and I was like, this is wrong. And I think it hit me because it was real. These weren't statistics that I couldn't grapple my mind with. I could grapple my mind with. I looked around at my peers and I saw those statistics happening. And so I was like, oh my gosh, I don't think our lives should be determined because of, where we're from or, how much money we have.
Right.
And so because of that, I was like, no, something needs to be done. And I saw a few things being done. I can't say that nothing's been done. Things have been done, but there's more to do. These are lives of people, so yeah, that's fine.
Great. So obviously you work between UK and here. What area have you seen the most progress in, or what country in terms of what you're trying to achieve?
What I would probably say is, I would like to say both. It looks different. So the disparity in Nigeria is huge, from those who are from low income households to those who are from high income households. The gap is very wide. Whereas in the UK, the gap is reduced, but it's there. So there are people who do go hungry. There are people who do come to school and they haven't eaten. There are people from, families maybe where there's domestic abuse or there's physical abuse or all of these different things happening at home, and then they go into school and then we see that manifesting in different ways. So I would like to say that the impact that I've seen it in both, but it looks very different. I think in Nigeria, with the kind of schools that I've worked with, what I'm able to bring, I can see the kind of big light bulb moment with the people, because they haven't been as exposed to what we're providing for them. With the UK, they've been exposed, but they haven't been inspired to do more than where they're at. And so you see the light bulb moment in okay, I can be something. Okay, I can do this. So some would probably say my impact is probably wider in Nigeria, and I can understand it definitely is a lot more in Nigeria because there's more need. But I would like to look at it as it looks different, but there is need in both.
Sure.
So yeah.
And can you just talk to us, expand a little bit more about some of your programs that you do, particularly here in Nigeria? So when you go into schools and you work with young people, what exactly do you do?
Yeah, nice. So one of the first things that we do is actually work with the teachers.
Okay.
And why is that? Because one teacher is with 60 students. So if you want to make the biggest impact, you want to go right where their instruction is being given. And so we train the teachers. We train the teachers on how to improve classroom interaction, how to assess students, how to reach every child at their need. And so, basically how to evolve into the modern 21st century teacher. So a lot of our work is training teachers. But in addition to that, we also want to expose and inspire the young people. And so the way that we do that is we develop career development workshops. There are skills that every job is looking out for.
Right.
They're not just looking out for knowledge. They're looking out for eye contact. They're looking out for good communication. They're looking out for critical thinking. Are you a problem solver? So we try to develop those skills right from beginning of secondary school. These are the skills that matter regardless of the industry you are going into, whether you're going into engineering, teaching, or accounting. You need to know how to communicate. You need to know how to sell yourself. You need to know how to provide solutions. And so these are the skills that we develop from the young people. We try to expose them also to jobs and different careers as well, because a lot of these children, their reality is what is, in their village or in their town or in their community. So we're trying to expose them that actually it's not just a doctor, lawyer, that you can become. You can actually become, you know, go into tech and you can go into this industry. And so we want to expose them to that. We want to bring professionals to their schools and they, you know, engage them that actually this is the industries you can go into. And so, yeah, that's what we do.
Beautiful, because one of the things I'm a great believer in is critical thinking and getting children to think outside the box. I think even though education, you know, is advancing in this part of the world, I do think that, like you said, a lot of education is about passing an exam.
Yes.
And it's so much more than that. And I see the difference with my daughter who had an education in the UK. One of the things that she learned right from Montessori was actually how to think outside the box.
Right.
And so critical thinking has been a big part of her life, and I see the difference and how important it is to start children young. So that's fantastic that you're doing that. So in terms of the teachers though, what do you, you talked about getting teachers to be 21st century teachers. Break that down for me. What does that mean?
So everything starts with the mindset. I think them understanding, number one, that as a teacher, the world is changing, right? The world is evolving. Industries are coming into the scene that were not here 20 years ago. And so because of that, you can't teach the same way that you used to teach 30 years ago.
Right.
Because of that, you need to be aware that, okay, if technology is evolving, then I need to also be aware of technology for myself to be able to pass that on. If I know that there's these skills, that these top industries in Nigeria, in South Africa, in England and wherever, these are what these industries are looking for, I need to be able to bring that out of the students right in my classroom. So as a maths teacher, I'm not just teaching maths, I'm inspiring them to be problem solvers. And so being that modern 21st century teacher, it starts with the mindset,
right?
And it starts with the awareness of the society that you're in, and then how do we get these students ready, not just A stars, you know, the nines, and they say in overseas, but actually, how do we get them to be well-rounded children? I said this last time when I came. I feel that your qualifications will get you to the door, but what keeps you there is the character, is the values.
Yes.
And so the 21st century teacher is thinking about that.
That's right.
So yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
So we'll take a quick break and we'll come back and continue this very important and informative conversation with Danielle.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking because it's a major, major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Thinking about who your references are, we need to identify them, and we need to make sure that they're okay with giving you that reference. Reference can be your workplace, but also can be your degree as well.
Welcome back to Champions of Change. Right before the break, we were talking to Danielle about her wonderful work that she does in education, both here in Nigeria and in the UK, helping young people transform their lives. So Danielle,
yes,
welcome back.
Thank you.
So tell me, when did you discover that this was your life's purpose?
I like that. I think it was kind of over the years. It was a journey, right? So it wasn't like a light bulb moment. Like I mentioned earlier, I think I would always find myself where there's a need and I'd be like, oh, I can do this, I can help. And then it was kind of expanded more. I think even when I look at, for example, Transcend Movement, even though, yes, I realized that later on in life, the giftings of writing plays started right when I was in church, and, you know, they were trying to plan for their church anniversary and they were like, we need something entertaining. You know, what can we have on stage, you know, that would be really powerful and minister to the people. We were young, but also entertaining. And they were like, maybe we can do a play. And I was like, I can write a play. I've never written a play in my life. I was about 12 years old or probably 11. And I was like, I can write a play. Yeah, because I can just create
ideas. I would always spend a lot of time just imagining a life that I didn't have. So I was just like, yeah, I can do that. And that's kind of where I was able to realize that, okay, I have the capacity to write plays. I have the capacity to direct. So that many years later, when the need in university came, I was able to put it together. So, I would say along the journey, I would discover need and I would provide a solution and I would enjoy it and realize, okay, I like doing this. So
fantastic. And so with Transcend Movement, is it something that you're still actively doing and here in Nigeria as well?
Oh, so
tell us.
Yeah, so Transcend Movement has only been in the UK. So we've done about 7 gospel theatre style productions. We've done it in Manchester, Birmingham, major cities, in Milton Keynes as well. And it's been amazing because a lot of people give their life to Christ when they finish watching the play. And we always give that kind of room for people to decide what they want to do. In Nigeria, it's not something I've brought to Nigeria. I would love to bring to Nigeria. I think it would be great. I know that Lagos, we have theatres, which is fantastic because I know that other parts of Nigeria, we don't actually have theatres and things like that. So yes, we've not brought it here, but definitely if the opportunity arises, 100% would love to. Yes, okay, I'm taking this as a sign that I need to plan.
Please do.
So yes, I will take it seriously,
Fantastic. Okay, so let me see. What are some of the challenges that you've had, not just here in Nigeria, but I'd like you to talk about some of the challenges here, but just generally running 3 different organizations, and how do you sort of wear different hats? What are those challenges?
I think it's something that I'm always learning. I think when you run more than one project, it's funny. I always feel like it's so much easier. People that know that they want to do this one thing. I want to be a doctor. And so it's like everything about their life revolves around being a doctor. It's so much easier, I feel. But I feel like when you are quite passionate about different things and you're gifted in different things, it's hard. It's harder. And one thing I've had to know is times and seasons. So I've had to really know when it's time to ramp up one and when it's time to relax on another. I've had to learn about delegation a lot as well. Delegating that, okay, and this season I have to trust, I have to put you in charge of this project, that I have to trust that you're going to do, and I've done my best in passing down what I hope to see. And so I think the challenges are just continually knowing the times and seasons on when this needs to start up and when I need to trust what I've done can actually continue. I wouldn't say that this is a challenge for Nigeria. I think it's a challenge anywhere. It's definitely funding, raising the funds to be able to do the work that you're passionate about, to be able to push what you're passionate about. But I think one thing that has helped me is that I don't like to look at what we don't have. I like to look at what we have. And so that's how Transcend Movement initially started. We were in uni. What do we have in uni? But I was connected to a church that has a stage and lights and everything. So you just start to utilize your resources. And I think if you spend more time thinking about, okay, what do I have? And then doing what you have, I do think that eventually the funds and resources that is needed will follow.
So I think, we're living in an age now where a lot of young people are exposed to, technology, which is fantastic. But I guess the downside of it as well is, you were talking earlier about life skills, teaching them life skills. And I don't know whether you agree with me, but I find that the generations, the current Gen Zs, I would say have no life skills, very little, because they're always looking at a phone. That's the downside of technology. It can actually isolate.
100%.
So how does your sort of organization deal with that when you talk to young people?
I love what you said there. I was teaching in the UK and I saw it firsthand that some of the skills that the children of nowadays, and I don't like to generalize, but many lack is resilience. There's no grit. There's no sticking at something. And it kind of, I think it
was reducing a lot with the millennials. Like, I'm a millennial, so it reduced a lot with the millennials, and then it's just gone even worse with the Gen Zs, where there's no resilience. And so because there's no resilience, we have a lot of children suffering, going into depression. Oh, I can't take this. This is too much. I need to go to part-time education. I need to, all of these different things that was not a thing before. And it's because they're not taught to push. They're not taught that actually if you have endurance, that this is the result, that actually the best diamonds come from refining of the fire. We're not taught that anymore. No, we're taught, listen, your peace of mind is all that matters. Exactly. Relax, do what makes you happy. And look, I'm not gonna lie, I love that also sometimes, because sometimes you need to put yourself first, because no one else is going to. But then if you don't have the right balance, I mean, it's actually, you're setting yourself up for a disaster. And so a lot of what we do is that character development, is those soft skills, is things like that critical thinking, decision making, setting goals, looking at people who have gone ahead, who have done great things, but not just looking at the result, looking at the process. I think we need to spend more time sharing the process, because sometimes I do think people genuinely think people sleep and wake up and then
become this person.
I'm a millionaire.
Yeah.
Sleep, wake up, and I'm a right.
And I think the advent of a lot of social media, Instagram and TikTok, you look at people's lives and you think, oh, they've got a wonderful life, and that's what I think we need to change, that narrative.
Yes.
And that grit that you're talking about is really important. Can you think of a great story you could just share about somebody's life, particularly in Nigeria, that has been transformed through the work that you do?
Okay, so I mean, Transcend Education's only starting in 2021. But what I will say, I remember in Ghana particularly, there was a young boy who would actually trek about 3 hours to the location of where the school was. So the family, they were really struggling. And so a lot of the work that we would do with character development with the teachers to also pass down to the students. And so a lot of the time we would focus on how can we support these children in addition to the education and things like that. And so we put money together, helped him to get a bike so that he can get to school quicker. And now, this is like 4 or 5 years ago. Now, because back then his attendance was really bad because he wasn't able to get to school. And this was the best school in the village, right? When we got him the bike, we did the training with the teachers. Just speaking to one of the teachers, they've said he's now in university. He's now studying engineering. And it's also been the fact that the teacher was able to champion with the student. A lot of the time in Africa, in places in general, a lot of teachers, they'll be like, this one, he's not going anywhere. Right. Wahala, he's stressed, he's behaved. And some of the things that we try to train the teachers is looking at how we can inspire the children. And that teacher actually said, thank you for showing me that I can actually inspire this child to be more motivated. And so that's hopefully some of the fruits of what we've been able to contribute. So we're pleased that he's doing what he wants to do.
Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right. So finally, I want you to look into the camera and talk to our viewers, particularly young children. We just touched on it a little bit, about finding purpose and why it's really important to have grit. Because like you said, your purpose, sort of became clearer over time. And I think in this day and age, we have a lot of young people have this microwave mentality that you just, wake up and then it's all there. Particularly in Nigeria, where I think a lot of young people are quite talented. But sometimes they don't have the opportunities and they don't have good role models around them. And what they see is people, driving around in G-Wagons, having a lot of money, and they aspire to have that money, but not going through the process and not even know where the money came from. You understand? So why is education important in becoming successful in life? And not just successful in terms of monetarily, but like you talked about character and all these things. So I'd like you to just talk to the young people, the viewers, and inspire them about what they should really need to be thinking about to becoming that person that they need to be to make an impact in society?
Nice. Yes. Okay. So what I would firstly say to all of you is that legacy. Think about the word legacy and what you want to leave behind. I know you want the nice cars. I know you want the nice houses. Me too. Let's enjoy together. But the reality is that you can have the nice cars, the nice houses, but if you don't have the right character to even sustain what you want, you're going to lose everything, God forbid. And then what do you have, right? Where is your identity? Is your identity in what you have or who you are? And so I want you to start thinking about the fact of what difference can I make? Because if you start to think about the difference that you can make, then the money will follow, the people will follow, and lives, not only your life will change, but the people around you, their lives also will change. So think about making a difference that will sustain you, your family, your friends, and people across the globe. That is what real impact is going to make, and that's where true wealth is. So yeah.
Amazing, fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure having you here, and I wish you all the best with
Thank
all the plethora of things that you do in Nigeria and in the UK.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
That's a wrap. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Danielle, for your insights, your passion, and your dedication, which is truly inspiring. It's been an absolute privilege to have you on Champions of Change today. Thank you so much for sharing your journey and your incredible work with us. Remember, every small act of positive change contributes to a better society. If Danielle's story has ignited a spark in you, I encourage you to learn more about her organization and how you can support their invaluable work. Let's continue this very important conversation. Follow @Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for more inspiring content and updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts with us. Until next time, keep championing change, keep making a difference, and keep striving for greatness. Bye for now.
My name is Mrs. Imelda Ahunosuji. You can call me Madam Modesty. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
Every doctor, lawyer, engineer, or leader once sat in the teacher's classroom, and the world is better for it. I am David Obiayo, a proud teacher. Join me every week as we celebrate the champions of the chalkboard, the frontliners of learning, the unsung heroes building tomorrow, today. This is Teacher's World, the home of motivation, mastery, and meaning for educators. Teacher's World, airing on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV platform. I am David Obiayo, the smooth teacher on Instagram, and I teach with pride.
Welcome to Achievers Money. Achievers Money is a show dedicated to exploring the essential skills, strategies, and the mindsets that empower individuals to achieve success in their personal and professional lives. It's a platform where viewers gain valuable insights from experts and thought leaders across various fields, learning how to overcome challenges, maximize their potential, and ultimately achieve their financial and life goals. The show delves into topics like leadership, communication, entrepreneurship, personal finance, and more, offering practical advice and inspiring stories to motivate and equip viewers for success. It's about more than just money. It's about achieving a well-rounded and fulfilling life. I am your host, Dr. Ray Echebiri, and we are reaching you live from our studio at the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Today, our guest is a man with a diverse background, from entertainment and real estate to logistics and manufacturing. He is also a member of a prominent royal family in Nigeria. Welcome, Kenny.
It's good to be here.
Right. Now, let's start with your experience over the years. You built businesses across various sectors and various countries. in trucking, even in manufacturing. What is your personal blueprint for turning ideas into money?
Okay, so what I always like to think of is, do I need that service or product that I plan on selling? Do I need it? And if I don't need it, do lots of other people need it? And if I don't need it and do lots of other people don't need it, does the government say we must have it? There's a lot of things you don't need that the government requires you to have. So I pay attention to all those things, the things that people are gonna buy, whether by choice or by force. And usually I start with a personal problem and I expand from there. And one of my big rules is I never do anything alone. So I always have a partner. I don't think I've ever done any successful business without a partner. I always make sure I have a partner with me that is strong in that business.
Oh, but many
so that's my strategy.
Oh, great. But many people in Nigeria believe that partnership doesn't work here. It really works for you?
I think they're wrong, yes. I don't think anything else would work for me. If I wasn't somebody who partnered frequently by rule, I don't think I would have been able to do as many businesses. And personally, I don't think businesses work the best if it's owned by one person.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, you come from a family of public service, but you veered off that and you're creating a niche for yourself. You've created a path for yourself. How did you do that? And how do you measure impact and income?
Okay. So that I would have to edit that a little bit. So I didn't create a niche for myself. I still work in public service. I work in currently I'm the young professional council president for FIAPSHI, and what we do is literally public service. So we interact with government. We have government officials that are members. We just had our induction ceremony last week. A couple government officials were just inducted into the organization. So it's like a private-public mix, and we advocate a lot for better policy, sustainable policy with Lagos State government a lot. So I wouldn't say I've veered away from public service. I just found a way to me, I think that if you're going to be an honest politician or an honest public servant, you need to have your own money and you need to have a steady flow of income so you don't start stealing or looking at the people's money. That's the way I think. So I don't think I'll be giving that much value to the people if I'm not making sure my own bottom line is secure before deciding to be, and I think that's something my family has taken really important, I'm taking really seriously. It's been something I've been taught growing up, like make sure you have a business that sustains you, then go do whatever you want to do for the public.
Right. You brokered a whole lot of businesses in different sectors, and you are doing well in most of these deals. Now, how do you balance the long-term success of these businesses and profitability, which of course should be the bottom line that every businessman should be looking at?
Yes, so different businesses require different mindsets. So there's some businesses that you have to come to terms with the fact that you're not going to make money today or next year or in 3 years.
Okay.
But that doesn't make it not a worthy investment. Then you have to make a business. You have to have a business that creates cash flow for you, so you have day-to-day money. That's why it's important for me to have multiple sources, you know, by way of multiple skill sets. That's the reason why I've been in so many industries, because I basically decided, like coming out of college, that I wasn't gonna be an employee of anyone, and that forced me to keep my mind open and my eyes open for opportunities. So I try to understand that in order to have long-term growth, you have to have a business that's built for long-term success. You also have to have a business that's built for short-term success so you can stay afloat.
Now, how do you now look at long-term businesses, especially when it comes to funding? You know, you may not have all the money in the world to fund that business. So how do you raise money for the long term to be able to fund those businesses?
It's been a trickier puzzle in Nigeria. In the U.S., money is cheap and money is easy to get. And the moment you've done a couple businesses that have even remotely succeeded, banks are usually willing to give you money. So that wasn't an issue in the U.S. But in Nigeria, it's a different story. But luckily, my strategy is to live significantly below my means. Again, once I made the commitment that I was always going to be an entrepreneur and never be an employee, I knew that I can't live fat when things are high. So I'm someone who always felt like if I can make $100,000 a year, and I know that there are people who are living and eating every day, but they only make $35,000 a year, then it's possible for me to make $100,000 a year and live on $38,000 a year and leave the rest for investment and long-term growth. So I set myself up to always have something I can just squeeze cash out of. It's like a plant that something that I planted 3 years ago, 4 years ago, where I know, okay, this is growing here. So basically frugality. That's my funding mechanism.
That's great. But are you saying that all the businesses you do, you get the funds through this means?
No.
Or you don't borrow?
No, so
that means you don't borrow at all.
In Nigeria,
yeah,
borrowing is just out of the question for me because the mathematics don't make sense. Except for a real estate project. That's a different story. And even then it doesn't make sense, but we can squeeze some sense out of it if we can. What I was able to do is, this is what I'm a big believer in the return home to Nigeria, but I always tell people, secure yourself there. The U.S. is a place where they have a economic system and an economic pool that can allow you to earn some good money.
Yeah.
So as a business person, you're mostly losing. Every serious business person knows that you're losing, and then 1 or 2 good decisions are what carry you most of your business career. So the times, what I was lucky for was in the times when I had my big wins, I kept a lot of my money. You know, I know some business people who made a lot of money, way more money than me, but they don't have any money today because they did everything they felt like when they had money. And so I think I was deeply affected by the 2008 financial crisis in the U.S. I was in 12th grade at the time. I watched a lot of my classmates, their parents lose their houses.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily for me, my parents were okay, but I know they lost a good amount of money. It just didn't affect them as bad, but I saw people lose their property, lose their houses, people who thought they had a pension. The pension got evaporated.
Mm-hmm.
People had worked 35 years based on a promise, and that got obliterated by a couple of people at the top making decisions. I was 18 at the time. We were just coming into the Obama era. Then I watched Obama forgive all of them.
Yeah.
That affected me a lot mentally. And so that forced me to know that I can never, ever put myself in a position to trust the system. I watched a lot of my people. Growing up, I had friends who their parents make $300K a year, and they look like they make a lot of money, but they're spending $270K a year.
Yeah.
And so I learned from other people's mistakes. Family members, friends, just adults that I saw. And I guess I was traumatized to a certain degree. And that changed my financial viewpoint and my way of operating moving forward. So I have I'm not a disciplined person in a lot of ways, but financially I'm very disciplined.
That's great. That's great. Good to know. Now, a lot of people are not as lucky as you are. In the sense that you were able to get a whole lot of money to fund your dreams here in Nigeria from your own personal savings or maybe, some other investments that are yielding you some returns.
Yes.
But now some people have some dreams and they need to fund them. And the only advice they have, the only option they have is more or less to go to the bank to borrow.